The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Hey, greetings, welcome, fist bumps, all that. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Creepy hugs.
Say hi to Mary Santora. She's back.
Yo.
Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
My little mule.
Poundcake is he's Pepe, your little mule.
My little drug mule.
What did he do? Ooh, did you have him pop some balloons up in there?
I mean, he didn't have to go that far.
That's what I think of when somebody
Mary.
says my little drug mule. Yeah. I assume they're putting little balloons up in there.
No, Mary was up in Michigan, and I was like, hey, well, you're up there. Give me some of that legal marijuana. She forgot, but Poundcake happened to be up there too, and they came through for me, and I appreciate it so much.
Smoke weed every
I just wanted to give him props so he can get his street cred for being hard in these streets, the plug, just getting everything done.
What did he get for you?
Just a lot of flour.
Yeah.
A lot of flour. But it's funny. I asked for a certain amount, and then usually they serve it, like they have it in like a bag, like an ounce bag. Mm-hmm. But for whatever reason, the dispensary he went to, like, gave me 1 million little bags.
There you go. That might be intent to distribute. You might not want to drive around with that.
Well,
that's why he called him his mule.
Yeah.
I'm saying if, like, it's in your car, that might not be a
it's
good
not in my
idea.
car anymore.
Okay.
It was only in Poundcake's car.
It's in his lungs now.
And it's, yeah.
You were at Detroit Pride, Poundcake?
I was.
How was it?
It was good. It was enjoyable. They do their pride differently up north.
They're all straight?
They're not all straight.
No rainbows anywhere.
But they charge, like, their pride costs money. So, you're like...
Yes, Detroit. They need help.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've never been to downtown Detroit before. Well, I've never been
a lot
to
hipper than it
Detroit.
used to be.
I've never been to Michigan, period. But, yeah.
You've never been to Michigan?
No.
Wow. Okay, well, welcome. Cool. So you had fun there?
Yeah, it was a good time. So, yeah, we went to Pride. It was, like, right on the edge, like, overlooking Windsor. And then, they charged to get in. They had, like, 4 different stages.
This is all along the river?
Yeah, this is along the river in Hart Plaza. I don't know if you're familiar with
Yep.
that. Yeah, Hart Plaza. And then of course, I had to taste the city. So I was like, I want to go to the clubs. Like, I want to see what Detroit has to offer. And I didn't know if they had a gay district. You know how I am about cities with a gay district. And I went to the one club that was not in the gay district. So, like, we went to this place called Gigi's. But apparently there's a neighborhood called, like, Fremont or whatever. It starts with an F. But that whole neighborhood is just,
Ferndale is what you're thinking.
Ferndale, that's what it is. Yeah. And that whole neighborhood just has a bunch of gay clubs. And I was like, well, I have an Uber. I'm getting an Uber, and I'm not going to be gallivanting all through town. It is Pride after all. So
You went to Gigi's.
We went to Gigi's, which wasn't far from where we were staying, but I didn't realize. I was like, damn, the rides were expensive, and we couldn't get any hotels.
Is that code? The rides were expensive?
The Uber rides were expensive. And
I didn't know what they were offering up there at Detroit Pride. I'm like, oh, they have rides? Sweet.
We stayed all the way.
Roller coasters. And
Zipper.
man, that sounds like a lot of fun. The Zipper, it's always down.
Mm-hmm.
We stayed all the way up in Warren.
Yeah.
And we couldn't get a hotel in the actual city. I was like, damn. I was like, they really do it big for Pride. And I didn't realize.
Probably something else going on.
Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was 2 nights at the
LCA. Oh, she was doing Ford Field, wasn't she?
Yeah, she does the football stadium. So I was like, no wonder we can't get a hotel room anywhere. We had to stay all the way up in Warren, which is past Detroit.
Yeah.
And so getting Uber anywhere was just ridiculously expensive. So I was like, I'm just going to get really, really drunk. and that was fine.
I'll solve it.
But yeah, Detroit, it echoes Cleveland a lot, but I still think we're better. I think we're better than Detroit. Detroit looks kind of like run down. We had to go through like the hood. We were on like Van Dyke Avenue for a minute to get up to Warren, and I was like, oh my God, where are we staying? Where are we staying?
You went through Hamtramck and the whole thing.
I guess so. Yeah. I just know we were on Van Dyke Road, and it was so weird because once we crossed the city line from Detroit to Warren, it was almost like the skies opened up, like the lights came on, everything was gentrified. I was like, oh my God, I thought I was going to be like a Detroit statistic or something. I was scared.
This guy, he just doesn't get out anywhere, does he?
I don't. I had never
I'm
been to
gonna be a
Michigan
statistic.
before.
Right, but you just got done talking about how it's just like Ohio.
I said it echoes it a lot, but like...
Right.
And that's what I had to stick in my mind. But there's certain parts of Cleveland I don't want to ride through either. Like if you go through East Cleveland...
But you used to throw hands on Prospect Avenue. What are you scared of?
I moved from there. I've evolved.
Evolved. You hear that, people who can't afford expensive housing? You're further back in the food chain than Poundcake is. You're less evolved than he is.
I had to change my way of thinking because I do realize that if you go through East Cleveland, East Cleveland's only like a mile or two long, and then you get to the nicest suburbs you've ever seen. And it was essentially true for Detroit as well. You drive through the hood, and then you see like some bearable places to live. But it was nice. It was a fun weekend.
I want you to do a realty show. Like
a realty show?
Yeah.
A reality
not
show?
Reality,
No, not
a
reality. Like
realty
realty.
show.
Like where you're like going to different neighborhoods. So like
HGTV.
Yeah, like HGTV, Poundcake's hovels. And you just go,
Hovels.
this neighborhood's bearable. Like you'll get by. It's fine. It's not great. And just the way you talk about things is very matter of fact.
Well,
you didn't go to the Hayloft, did you?
The what?
The Hayloft. You shouldn't have gone to Gigi's. You should have gone to the Hayloft.
Well,
For Pride.
Yeah, I just typed in.
Did you guys do any research before you went?
A little bit, like because I was looking up gay clubs, and I meant like dance clubs, like not bars. There's plenty of gay bars, but I was like, I wanted to go dance, and the only one that had like a dance floor in the little picture was Gigi's. But there are a bunch of little bars out in Ferndale.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know why. I just thought like, oh, they're not gonna have dancing. It's just a bar, but bars have dancing too. I don't know why I thought that.
Sometimes dancing on the bar.
But it's kind of been like our thing. We've gone on like little Midwest trips, or not necessarily Midwest trips, but like drivable 3 to 4 hour drives to just visit a new city and spend the weekend there. Same thing with like Niagara
you
Falls
did
and
Niagara
Buffalo.
Falls, and now you've gotten to Michigan. What's next? Indiana?
No.
Actually, yes. Actually, yes. We actually have.
We're going to that RV museum.
Check out in Elkhart, Indiana. Oh,
There
God,
you
we drove through
go.
Elkhart on my way home this weekend. Holy cow.
We're planning on going on a little trip to like this little resort town in Indiana. It's like around the lake, a man-made lake.
What's it called?
Muncie?
No.
Going to Muncie? Like
Warsaw,
Jerry
Indiana.
Gergich?
Yeah.
What's it called?
Angola?
Yeah,
Angola,
my
yeah.
buddy Alex Price is from there, and it's so funny because most of Indiana is just a dump, and then Angola is like there's money there. These houses on these lakes are huge, like mansions on this man-made lake. You're gonna have a good time.
Sweet.
Tell me if you go to a place called The Venue. It's like one of the only like bars in town. I performed there a couple times.
Angola, yeah. They have a great Mexican restaurant called, I think I'm pronouncing it correctly, Taco Bell.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the one.
Right.
Oh, speaking of fast food, it's Grimace's birthday today.
Happy birthday, Grimace.
Hey, the human taste bud.
Yes.
Or whatever he is, right?
He's
Not a human, I guess, but
Grimace has hair. He's made of cloth, and cloth is just little hairs.
is that what it is?
Yeah.
He's just little feelers on the taste buds?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's exciting. Poundcake will be going to Angola and right there in the Michiana area. And Mary was in Grand Rapids.
Mm-hmm.
Very excited. Not the Saginaw area.
Not the
as she
Saginaw
said.
area.
Nope. Anybody come down from Saginaw? The Sag Nasty?
No,
Go
but
see you in the GR?
2 listeners came from is Kalamazoo 2 hours away?
From Grand Rapids?
It wasn't Kalamazoo.
Not 2 hours,
Damn
no.
it. I can't remember. Lansing. They came from Lansing.
Mhm.
And they were listeners of the show. They were super excited. They had a really good time. They used to live in Cleveland. They came, but we had a good time. It was a fun weekend. There was an Asian Pacific Festival in Grand Rapids. So a lot of Asian food. They had like a bunch of different dancers and
So you
performers.
got a
and
banh mi.
I got a banh mi.
Love a banh mi.
But I love a banh mi too. It's one of my favorite sandwiches.
But they messed it up.
Huh?
Was it not good?
No, it was just different than anything I had before. They put normally the meat is like a pate and then usually like a pork belly or something like that. This was Vietnamese ham, which I had never heard of. And then head cheese, which I do not like.
That's an acquired taste.
Do not like head cheese. And I knew I didn't like head cheese going into it, but I got the sandwich anyway because I did like a lap around all the food tents and everything either had shellfish, there was like shrimp or crab or something, or things were cooked with oyster sauce. So the banh mi was literally the only thing that I could eat at the place. So I was like kind of upset. Like every bite, I was like, don't think about the fact that you're eating head cheese right now. Don't think about that. If you don't know what head cheese is, they take all the parts of a pig's head, all the meat and the gelatin, and then they form it into like a loaf and then cut it like deli meat. They like slice it. It's super gross.
So what? Why do they
Some
call
people
it
love
cheese?
It's not cheese. It's
Right.
meat.
Because the consistency of it.
It's real gross.
Real cheesy?
They take it all and like grind it up so it has this weird texture.
Like a whipped loaf.
It's super super nasty.
Whip
So
it
more
with
of a
the
banh
head
you than a
cheese.
banh mi.
Yeah, I really didn't enjoy it that much. I mean, the festival was cool, but the sandwich was like I was struggling to get through it.
Why don't you throw it away?
Yeah, because it was $16 and I hadn't eaten lunch. And I couldn't eat anything else at that festival.
I see.
Yeah.
You're like, this is terrible, but I'm going to plow my way through
It wasn't even terrible. It's just that I really, just the thought of what head cheese is and the flavor and texture, I do not enjoy. So it was like I either take this off and then I eat a pickled vegetable sandwich, or
That sounds delicious. A pickled vegetable sandwich.
just power
Yum.
through it, But the shows were great, except for I know we had to go to a break. Our Friday late show had 8 people at it, which I would like to talk about if we have time at some point. Doesn't have to be next, but it was 8 people. Oh my god!
On a Saturday night in downtown Grand Rapids.
Friday night.
Friday
late show had 8 people.
Well, there's a hell of a lot more going on in GR than there used to be, so there's more entertainment options.
Well, in the building that we're in is called the Bob, the big old building.
Yep.
It's got 8 different venues in there.
Well, that used to be the only game in town, too, but they've completely built it up around it, and so there's...
Well, there's a dance floor on the 4th floor.
Yeah.
The comedy club is the 3rd floor. The 2nd floor has like pool tables and a DJ and 2 bars. And then the 1st floor is live music. So when there are 8 people in a room that seats 250, and you can hear every DJ, you can hear people playing, doing karaoke.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? You hear the guy breaking down the hall on his pool table.
And then 2 people left after the feature act. So by the time I got on stage, there was only 6
Now for your headliner, Mary Santora.
It was, and God bless the 6 people, because they were doing everything in their power to be an audience.
2 of them had come from Lansing.
No, not those ones.
Oh.
But yeah, the 6 people were participating. We were doing a lot of talking to each other and playing games. It was fun, but like, God bless those 6 people.
It's like a college in North Dakota.
Yeah,
all over
for
again.
a quarter of the money.
Yeah.
Oh, but it was overall, it was a really good weekend. So
I got a break here. I'll have passes for you to join us on the Cleveland Funny Bus. I'll be your host this Wednesday night. It is sold out. We do this every Wednesday through June. I think the remainder of our Wednesdays are sold out, but you can win passes here. I'm going to have a Buzzard bike key for you. By the way, we're giving away this Harley, and so you have plenty of chances throughout the day to get one of these keys that we hope will fire this hog up. You'll get one from me around 4:10, and I'll have another trip to Vegas for you after 5 o'clock for the iHeartRadio Music Festival.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio.
Listen to Lost Hills on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The poor air quality. Oh, the air quality is bad?
It's bad.
That's been a complaint about this thing for a decade.
The more exposure folks have,
The Alan Cox Show.
the more likely it is that they'll be sick.
On 100.7 WMMS.
You know I'm giving away Taylor Swift tickets this week, right?
Yeah.
On Friday. I was going to do it Wednesday, but I've moved it to Friday. So change it up a little bit.
And you got it figured out.
I told the dudes I was getting hit up by guys, I noticed. Not so much moms. You know, I had envisioned, because I had this one pair of really bad, by the way, full disclosure, really bad tickets for Taylor Swift Saturday night in Pittsburgh, but you'll be at the show, so who cares? You see a lot of fan video. The people up in the cheap seats are the one, and none of these are cheap seats, by the way. I'm just using that as, colloquially, but those people are screaming and yelling just as much as everybody else is. Taylor Swift is doing Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh on Saturday night, and I have one pair of tickets that I want to give to you. And I was hearing from dads, Sunday is Father's Day. And I thought, what if we had these dads who wanted to get Taylor Swift tickets for their daughter or their wife, maybe both? Dad gets to hang out by himself, and mom and the daughter go to see Taylor Swift. It's a Father's Day gift in and of itself. So they were hitting me up, and I said, what we're going to do then is we're going to have guys getting dressed up as Taylor Swift and coming to the window and singing.
I love it.
So
It's
that's
only for guys?
That's what, huh?
It's only for guys?
It's not only for guys. Those are the guys. I want guys to compete. If it's a bust, which I don't think it will be, but I have contingency plans in place. But
how do the girls compete is my question.
They don't compete.
So
They
women
compete-
are not eligible for this.
Well, they are eligible, yes. I'm just saying that what I want to
But
do,
the dads
the
have
contest
to-
that I want to do is dads dressing up and coming and singing. Now, the wives, the daughters, will have to convince them to do that. Now, if I don't get enough guys to do this, and I've told them to shoot me an email if they're interested in doing it, and I've heard from a bunch of them, but you can get 20 emails and 2 of them will show up. So if that's the case, then I'll have contingencies for whoever comes to the window. But it is one pair of tickets, and I would like it to be a guy who gets tickets for his daughter, because then Sunday comes around, he has got the greatest dad ever title. Either way, one pair of tickets for you to win Friday afternoon here at the window for Taylor Swift in Pittsburgh on Saturday night.
So
I don't know if she's doing 2 nights. What?
my question is what are we going to do when inevitably men and women show up?
I don't know. But that's the contest that I want to do.
Do you understand my concern?
I do.
And my question?
You're concerned I'm being exclusionary.
Not even exclusionary, that there's going to be women here who want to win, and are you just going to say, no, you don't get to compete? This is for men?
Yeah, probably.
That's rough.
Well, it's my show.
It is your show.
Yeah, I can do whatever contest I
You're
want.
going to get a lot of backlash.
Whatever.
Okay.
It's a day ending in day, so of course I'll get backlash for something. What do I care? So I'm here. So I've already heard from women who are like, how do I get my husband in this? I haven't got any complaints yet.
Okay.
Now, I probably will. But if you've met me, I don't care. So we'll see how it goes, because I want something that's going to be entertaining for me, because I just have this one pair of tickets. I don't care about Taylor Swift, and I don't care who goes. But I realize that these are also the equivalent of Super Bowl tickets. I was talking to somebody this morning who works for, let's say, a local sports team. And they were telling me how they spent the most money that they had ever spent on a concert to take their daughter to Taylor Swift. And I was like, well, if you had a blonde wig at home, you could have just, waited and come down here on Friday. So that's what I have in my mind. That's the plan that I'm going with, just because I was hearing from guys. And so that kind of got the wheels turning. And because Sunday is Father's Day. But anybody can come and watch and cheer them on. And again, if I get 20 emails from guys who want to do it, and I go, yeah, come on down, and 2 of them show up, I might not like either of them. We have to judge how much we like what they're doing. We might not like either of them, which means we'll go to plan B. It'll be a bunch. I don't know what it's going to look like on Friday, but that's what I want to do. Hey, Steve.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. I have your solution.
I wasn't aware I needed one.
Your solution is you have moms or daughters dress up as men that then dress up as Taylor Swift.
I don't hate that.
I don't hate that either. I don't hate that either. You moms, you can come down dressed as your husband dressed as Taylor Swift.
There you go. There's a freebie for you.
Hey, there's Steve and Stowe. There you go. Solution implies a problem. I don't really have one, but I really do like that idea too. So suffice to say, that's the idea I've got in my head. And again, this is just because the dads were the ones hitting me up. And I assume because Father's Day, they've probably got, I see what they're doing. They're playing the long con. I'll send my wife and my daughter to Pittsburgh for the weekend, and I'll have Father's Day all to myself. It is somewhat counterintuitive. When you think about Father's Day and Mother's Day, you think of it in terms of fundamentally spending time with your kids. But if you ask a lot of women, what do you want for Mother's Day? They will say, only partially tongue-in-cheek, I'd like to be left alone. I'd like some time alone, especially moms who are with their kids all the time. And a lot of dads, they go, what would you like for Father's Day? Like, I don't need another drill. How about if I go do something, right? So I imagine that's probably in the back of some of these guys' minds. So we'll see how that goes, but that's what I want to do. Now, if I had 10 pair of tickets, it would be a whole other thing. But I have one pair. And so Friday afternoon, that's what we're going to do. And anyone can email me, obviously, with questions or whatever. And I've put the feelers out there, and I've started to get those messages from people. But that's what we'll do on Friday. By the way, Poundcake, somebody told that people are asking you to come out to Sandusky Pride. Were you aware that that was a thing?
No, I knew it was a thing. I don't know when it is. When
it
is
is next weekend, not this coming. It's next weekend.
No, I have a wedding. That's the reason why I went to Detroit Pride. I couldn't go. I have a thing.
You have to be MC weddings.
I have that is. So wait, next weekend is what?
23rd, 24th, 25th.
Yeah, I have.
My birthday weekend. You don't have that marked down?
No.
It is next weekend.
Yeah, no, I can't.
All right.
So it will be nice.
Well, there you go. People who are hitting me up. Sanduskyeites. Poundcake can't make it out.
Oh, you're gonna miss Crowbar.
But he'll be thinking of thinking of you in spirit.
I imagine they probably party pretty hard. I mean, it's usually the prides. It's usually the towns that there's not a lot of gay people where they make use of their pride. They're like, this is the one time of year that we get to show out. And yeah, I mean, I imagine Crowbar during Pride would be lit. So I probably would enjoy it during that time. Any other time?
Any other time? Alan, my daughter might actually kill for these tickets. Yeah, I understand. Yeah. Understood.
What if we have to block off traffic on Euclid?
Well, yeah, sure. Get some TV cameras down here, and I'll be happy.
It's gonna be a crowd.
I don't know. Because here's my thought. Because it's Taylor Swift, it could be madness. Because I'm talking to this audience, it could not be madness. So we don't know. Who knows? I think it's probably much more likely to be the former than the latter. But for people, guys who are emailing, I need details. Just gave you the details. You'll dress up like in your best Taylor Swift costume. You'll come down there. You got to know her songs because I'll probably have you sing something. And I'll probably make you
sing it, not like lip sync it.
No, I'll probably make you do it in like a death metal growl or something. We'll have Poundcake out there with a wireless and
nice.
We'll figure it out.
That's fun. I like it.
So again, this is a win. I want to be very clear. This is a win-win for me because whatever happens, I'll be entertained, and somebody will walk off with. Now, what I would like to see is the person who wins the tickets gets into a scrum as they walk away. That would be a lot of fun. I would love to see that. Just a melee. For people who are trying to get the tickets. Hello, Roman.
Hey, Alan. Hate the show.
What's up?
Got another solution for you. You could have the moms come in as Taylor Swift's ex-boyfriends, and then they have to sing the songs that are about them.
Yes. Again, I'm trying to keep this pretty streamlined. Thank you, Roman. And, everybody will have their own. Listen, you have your marching orders, right? Put whatever little twist you want on it. Knock yourself out. I took a bunch of Rockin' Buzzard brew to my family. I went home to Chicago over the weekend. It was the first anniversary of my dad dying, and so we had a mass for him on Saturday morning. And it took us 9 hours to get to my mom's house because I wasn't aware that as of March, they're tearing up every expressway in and around Chicago for these massive, massive reconstruction projects. You might have even made a trip there pretty recently. I haven't been home since Thanksgiving. And so my brother's like, oh, you didn't know that? I go, no, I didn't know that. I would have flown if I had known that. I would not have driven if I known that. It added 3 hours to the car ride, just crawling through traffic. Ugh. But I brought a bunch of Buzzard brew for my siblings. And by all accounts, by the way, if you haven't gotten yourself any of the Rockin' Buzzard brew, you should because it's delicious. Delicious. And I found out some things about my family, too, which I do every single time. Get to my mom's house. So we get in, check into the hotel. I tell my mom, I go, we'll be up in a minute. And so we're kind of clean up a little bit and get to my mom's house, and the dog's running around or whatever. And the Nuggets game is on. And I just figured that the TV is just on. And I was like, oh, it was game 3, right? That was Friday night?
Yeah. Game
4.
Game
Sorry.
4,
Yeah. Because Denver's up 3-1.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom is sitting there, and I kind of noticed that she's kind of half listening to what I'm saying. And I kind of look over, I'm like, are you watching this game? Or is this just on? And she goes, oh, I'm watching. And I'm like, why? She goes, because I love the Joker. That's what my mom said.
Oh, she loves Joker.
I go, are you a Nuggets fan? And my mom goes, yes, I love the Joker. So my mother.
So now we know her type. 7 foot tall.
White guy.
No definition of muscle
that's right.
or anything.
Yes.
Shaved head.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
Couldn't look less like my dad. But also,
she wants to change it up.
Poundcake and my mom apparently have the same type. And I don't know how to feel about that. Yeah, so she was watching Game 4 in rapt attention. I had no clue. These are the fun things that I learn when I go home. That somehow, I mean, listen, I assume widows have to fill up their time with something. And she has things that she does, and she has friends that she'll spend time with. But I had never gotten any indication whatsoever that my mom had any skin in that game.
Your mom?
Much less being a Denver Nuggets fan.
That's so funny.
Your mom and I should go out and sip our straw seductively.
Yes.
Do you think your mom has ever been to a gay club in her life?
I don't know about that. I'll tell you this.
I mean, she's been in the Catholic Church. Pretty close.
I mean, the music's different, but I think the vibe is the same. There's a lot of wine.
You mean at the gay club, they're not like, oh.
Someone is.
Yeah, there's a lot
in the
of
bathroom.
Yeah, there's some of that too. It's
it's a little throatier.
All right. I'll tell you this, she hasn't gone in the last year, Poundcake.
She hasn't gone to church?
Gay club.
Oh. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, me and your mom should just go out. I'll teach her, I'll show
Oh,
her
no, my
the
mom
ropes.
still goes to church all the time. Like, the mass for my father was Saturday morning, and we all went. My youngest brother's daughter was getting married on Saturday, so we thought he was going to be gone because he had to go to the Quad Cities. And I didn't know who was going to be there. So I'm like, well, at least we'll be there. We all ended up being there. And my mom was still going to church the next day on Sunday because it was a Sunday. My mom still goes to church all the time because that makes her feel better. And that's an important part of, whatever the whole thing is.
So being the person that you are and the way that you feel and believe now, how do you feel when you go to church on like for your father's mass? Does it bother you? Are you like aggravated to be there?
No,
like,
I'm not. No, I'm with my family, and listen, I grew up doing that.
Right.
So there's some muscle memory there. Now, they did change a lot of the wording along the way, so I don't even try that anymore. But I did get a little verklempt because the mass was for my dad. So they do the little in memorial thing during the sermon where they will point out who the mass is for, and they'll talk whatever. And they mention my dad, and I didn't expect to get a little choked up when they said his name out loud. Yeah. Because then we went to the cemetery after. I hadn't seen the headstone yet. because that came sometime after the burial. Like the anniversary of his funeral will be this next Saturday. But he died a year ago, this past Saturday. And I hadn't been out to the cemetery, which is quite a ways away from where the rest of us are. And so I went out there, and that was weird because my mom's name is on there too, but it's just got the birthday, you know. And it's an old cemetery because my daughter and Gwen and I were there, and I was kind of, as Gwen and my mom were talking, my daughter wanted to walk around, and so we were walking and looking, and it's a very old cemetery. So there's like babies that died in 1820 that are born, you know, back then. Like, and I'm explaining to my daughter, I go, back then, they didn't have nearly, because she's kind of doing the math, and you could tell the little tombstones for babies. And she's like, there's a lot of these. I'm like, yeah, because back then, you know, people that knew a fraction of what they knew now about medicine, and there were things now that we take for granted that were like killing. It could kill you as a child, you know, and there was no recourse. So, yeah, it was pretty wild. But no, I wasn't upset to be there. I wasn't aggravated. I don't do all the pomp and circumstance because that would be disingenuous.
Yeah.
And it would be disrespectful to the people who go and do that. Yeah. But I don't know anyone there anymore. You know, when I was growing up, I mean, I knew all the people. I don't know anybody.
Yeah, I just didn't know if it was
anymore.
like a, you know, a trigger response where you get in there and you're like, oh, this ruined my life. I hate this. I hate these people. I hate,
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't consider my Catholic upbringing as ruining my life.
Well, you didn't like it.
No, but nothing ruined my life.
Yeah.
I just don't believe.
If anyone's going to ruin Alan's life, it's going to be Alan Cox.
That's right, baby. Right on the wall.
It's called personal responsibility.
No, it didn't ruin my life. It doesn't have any value to me now.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
You're like, you don't feel anything being there. You're just like, whatever, I'm here for my dad.
Yes.
No big deal.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
It was weird because I hadn't been in that church since his funeral, but I mean, it was, you know, whatever. No, I don't have, listen, right? Go with God. Whatever, I don't have any animosity toward whatever's going on there. My daughter did have a couple questions because we don't go to church.
Had she ever been to church before?
Yeah, with us. I mean, she went at my dad's funeral, and I think
was that her first time?
No, I think she had been a little bit before.
Usually funerals and weddings, or has she ever been to just like a general church service?
No, because we only go if like there's a reason to go. Yeah. And I don't think any of my siblings are on board anymore, so we're all there, and we're all just kind of, you know.
You're there for your mom.
Yes,
for
of
her,
course,
yeah.
for our mom and for our dad. But
do they do like a full communion or whatever they call it?
Full mass.
So it's like a 2-hour thing?
For a funeral, they do that.
Not 2 hours. The funeral, a Saturday morning mass like we went to is kind of the express mass. I think it's only like 35 minutes, 40 minutes.
Why did I think Catholic masses were like hours long?
You're thinking Greek Orthodox.
I went to a Greek Orthodox wedding that was like 4 hours long.
Yeah.
I lived next to one, a Greek Orthodox church for a couple of years, and they're so loud.
Well, and then you go down, the service is 3 hours long, and then you go down into the rec room or whatever, and they're smoking a goat, and everybody's getting drunk. That's why everybody's just dragging themselves through the service because they know what's on the other end. It's the party.
They're trying to get that goat.
Yeah, well, they're at that party.
All right, I'll do the service, but you know I'm only here for the smoked goat.
You got goat meat? Did you bring the goat meat? All right,
I mean, it smelled good.
It's fun though. It's delicious and it's fun. But you gotta plow through that 3-hour ceremony.
Quiet down out there. I'm trying to sleep. It's 1 p.m.
I mean, aside from your high holidays or whatever, Catholic Mass is like 60 minutes. It's an hour. Funeral Mass is longer because they're doing more readings and more whatever. You know.
We grew up Pentecostal, but every year on Christmas Eve, my mom made us go to Catholic church. I don't know why.
Midnight Mass.
Yeah, we had to go to the midnight mass at her like old Catholic church. It was like the only time she ever brought up Catholicism or anything like that was we had to go to her Catholic church for Christmas Eve. And I always felt so confused about it because I'm like, this is the church you left. Like, you didn't agree with anything they said. So I never really actually asked many follow-up questions about why we had to go there.
Well, a lot of people don't fully deprogram.
Yeah.
So I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192. To do that, AlanCoxShow.com. If you want to get us there, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
from the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan is giving some stuff away.
All right, you want to join us on the Cleveland Funny Bus? This has been a blast. We've done Alan Cox Show night on the Funny Bus every Wednesday in May, every Wednesday in June. And so we have a few more. I'll be your host this Wednesday night. These are all sold out for our remaining Wednesdays. Funnybus.net, if any have slipped through the cracks, but you can get information there because they do tours Thursday through Sunday through the end of the year. So just get the details there. But if you want to join us on Wednesday, it's a lot of fun. You can join me and our comedian tour guide at Collision Bend. That's where we start off. Caller 10, these are yours. 2 for the Funny Bus on Wednesday. I'll see you there. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Let's not pretend any of this makes sense.
I don't understand any of this.
It's the Alan Cox Show
On the Buzzard.
WMMS.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours. Damn right, it's better than yours. I could teach you, but I have to charge. My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like,
I guess these days this song makes everybody think of a Bounty commercial.
What?
I'll always think of the scene in Dodgeball.
Oh, yeah.
It's like at the very end where Ben Stiller's in the fat suit and he's
Mm-hmm.
dancing to this.
I don't recall that. Is it like Tom Cruise at the end of Tropic Thunder? That kind of
Kinda,
vibe?
yeah, it's
Actually,
very much
like
that.
middle of the credits or post credits. Yeah.
Anyway, the artist was named Khalees. Remember Khalees? This was like her big hit. She did a bunch of albums, but this was the one that really blew her up. And she was married to Nas for a while, if you remember him, but he used to beat her up. And so they split up, and then she got married, and her husband died. And so she's, I think she's doing some new stuff. But she's back in the news because she's dating Bill Murray.
Whoa.
Good for her. Them?
I mean, she's pretty foxy.
But
I don't know
isn't that
how.
a huge age difference?
Like 30
Well, yeah,
years.
she's 43. I don't know how old Bill Murray is.
He's in his 70s. He's probably close to 80. I think he's probably 76.
Say what,
Murray
Mary?
is 72.
72, and she's 43. So there you go. I mean, she looks good.
He does
And
not.
Bill Murray?
But he's funny.
He's very funny, but like he's wow, these are not good pictures of him maybe, or he just did
No, he
not
just doesn't look
age
good.
well.
Bill Murray's one of those weird public figures where people who meet him in public or civilians have a much different relationship than the people he actually works with. Because everybody who works with Bill Murray has at least one complaint about the guy. Like he's, I don't know. But I mean, this song's 20 years old. And I guess she's dating Bill Murray. And some people have some thoughts about it, I guess. Neither one of them will confirm, but neither one of them will either deny it. They won't deny it either. So I guess good for them. Be curious to know how they met. You know, celebrities all end up meeting each other at some point.
He was walking by her yard.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
She was
like milkshakes.
making some milkshakes, if I understand this correctly, and I think that I do, this song. It's about her using her blender all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And there were articles being written about them in European papers. And, you know, these things can just, you have column inches to fill up in these tabloid websites and papers overseas or worldwide, you know. If you have a picture where two people are walking side by side, somebody will turn that into, oh, they're dating. It seems that they are. He was at her, he's been at a couple of her shows, watching from the side of the stage, and he's been at some other shows of hers. That's what's really going to lure you in, by the way, too, is when you watch a person perform. A musician perform when they're dancing and doing whatever, whether they play an instrument or they're just a singer and a dancer or whatever, that will really, really, it's like a tractor beam. Even if you are a performer, Bill Murray is a legendary actor and a comedian and the whole bit, but you still stand side stage and watch someone perform and you're smitten. You're in deep smit. And so, yeah, Bill Murray's been to a bunch of her shows. Her husband died a year ago, and so she's his wife died in 2021. So they just, who knows? They found each other. They found love in a hopeless place.
It's Rihanna.
I know.
Brian's ex-wife is the lead singer of a cover band, and then I'm a stand-up.
Is the band? Tell me the band's called Brian's ex-wife.
It is.
Cool.
Actually.
Yeah.
And
the Boys. Is that what it's called? Brian's ex-wife and the Boys.
Yeah.
And the New Boys.
And the New Boys.
And not Brian.
Right.
Brian's ex-wife and not Brian. Is the name of it.
Even though he could be in the band, but
He
because
could
plays
be the drummer.
drums, but he's not welcome.
Not this time.
Nope.
But then I'm a comic, and I was like, dude, you like performers. And he basically said that. He's like, yeah, it's hot. It's hot to see someone up there doing what they do, you know? Good for you. I've never seen him drum, like, live. I've seen him play in our house, but I'm sure it would be super sexy.
Get you slippery.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I like when guys are good at stuff. If you're good at anything, I feel like that goes so far in the dating world.
Well, but do you mean like performance-wise? I mean, some people are really, really good at card tricks and Rubik's Cubes.
Well,
I mean,
not for me, but somebody.
That's what I mean. Like, if you met somebody and they're like, oh, I'm amazing at tabletop magic.
Yeah, you probably have your card tricks.
You'd say, that's not really gonna.
Speaking of magic, Michael Carbonara, is that the guy?
Yeah, he used to have a show.
The inventor of the sauce?
That's Carbonara.
Carbonara. Whatever, the Carbonara Effect, whatever that show was. He's coming to Hilarities. So you can go and see magic at our home
it
club.
makes me feel dumb. I don't want to go see it.
Go see it. So fun.
Well, and he's probably an illusionist, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's not doing, he's probably not cutting women in half. He's probably more of that Derek Delgaudio situation. One of the greatest performers in one of the greatest specials of all time.
It gets hot.
If you're familiar with Derek Delgaudio.
It's very hot.
No, it doesn't.
Speaking of awesome performances, I went to Flaming Lips last night. What a show.
Where was that?
That was at the Agora.
Mm-hmm.
And they put on a fantastic show. They played Yoshimi Battles the Pink Robots, that album, all the way through. And then they took a break and then played a bunch more songs. And it was just so much fun. And it's the first time I ever had like a reaction where I cried. Like I cried when they played. Yeah, Do You Realize? Because that album is so, it's like the soundtrack of my life when my kids were younger.
You always said that you didn't attach music to your life.
Right. And then it happened last night, just kind of very organically. As I'm hearing all these songs, which I hadn't listened to the album in a while, I was just transported back to when the kids were little and like when we go swimming all the time and just all these different activities that we do. And then as they got older, they rediscovered that album and they're like, oh, we really like this. And, you know, so there's just a deep connection between me and them and that album. And when it got to Do You Realize, I was just bawling.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was
Good for
great.
you.
I loved it.
That's the way Yum Yum Bedlam from ICP is for me. I cry and cry and cry when I think of that time in my life.
Yeah.
Who opened for him?
They didn't have an opener.
Ooh, an evening with.
It was just them. They played the album all the way through, took an intermission, went back out, played for another hour.
That would have been
or so.
tough for me because I would not have known when to leave.
Right.
Right. There's no
Probably
opener.
intermission.
No, he'd have gotten there. Flaming Lips would have went on. He said, what?
I gotta go.
No opener. And he'd have left.
Well, because last time they came through as a Violent Femmes, and so I went for Violent Femmes.
Oh, that's the same band?
No.
Oh.
But because Flaming Lips, I appreciate what they do and how popular they are. They're just not for me. Do they still do? What do they? They have a bunch of weird stuff on stage.
All sorts of. They have the big giant.
He's not
pink
doing the bubble
robots.
anymore, right?
I don't know if he did the bubble, because I left halfway through the
What?
second set.
You left?
Yeah, I always leave. But
Well, what's the
they're
difference?
Headliner.
Okay.
They're the headliner.
Well, so what?
I saw the stuff I wanted
You
to
guys
see.
give me a hard time for leaving early. You left early.
But I stayed for the headliner.
So
I was
what?
there. I left.
I thought the issue was about leaving early.
No, it's about not even watching the headliner.
So
at
if
all.
I watch one song, because I've done that.
Yes, that's what we've been trying to tell you to do. Is that you're already there, watch a song or two, and
So
then
then
leave.
it's a matter of when you leave?
Yes.
I have stayed and watched 2 songs. You guys still give me a hard time for that?
No, we did not.
Yes, you did.
No, we
You were on a roll.
You're
yeah, you did.
mistaken.
Huh?
You are mistaken.
So all I have to do is watch one song from the headliner and I'm off the hook?
Yes.
What's the point?
Four songs.
No, see, this is what I'm talking about.
15 songs.
Yeah.
So then it's a matter of when you leave. 15 songs, you're going to watch the whole set.
You have to be the headliner.
So you left. See, that's when you know your show's too long, when your fans are leaving.
Someone who
Well,
cried.
like the album Yoshimi Battles the Pink Robots, like that's pretty much what I know. And then they played.
That's considered their high water mark.
Yes. So I know that album front to back, and then I know the Jelly song.
So don't use jelly.
And they opened the second set with that. So I was like, okay, I don't know any more of their songs. So I'm not really attached to the rest of the stuff that they're doing.
Do they like that song? You know how Radiohead hates Creep? Because
no, they seem to dig it because
that was their only hit.
They,
do they hate that song?
I don't think they hate it at all. I think they love it.
Okay.
Sue said, I can't believe Bill was crying that sad all by itself. It wasn't a sad cry, Sue. It was a happy cry.
It was a nostalgia cry.
Yeah. Like thinking of my children. Sue's got some real dated.
Who's Sue?
Drunk Sue. She's always
Drunk
in the
Sue.
chat. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
And she's no, it was a happy cry. It was like a beautiful moment for me.
It's awesome, dude.
I loved
I'm
it.
glad you had that.
Yeah.
Now, see? Do you see how good it feels? And that's why I do it all the time.
But it's so much more special when you've only had it once.
No.
When you do it all the time, it doesn't mean anything.
It does mean it. It means that's my
No,
emotions.
I get it. It just, I don't have a lot of, I couldn't think of another song that would evoke that emotion.
Yeah.
Because
Is this it right now?
No.
Oh.
This is their big hit.
This is their big hit.
you
That's
don't
kind of
use jelly.
silly.
Yeah, it is silly.
Yeah. And also, there was a lot
That's
of...
how long Flaming Lips have been around, is their first big hit. This was 1993.
Mm-hmm.
They were 6 albums in 1993.
Yeah.
Before they hit. But they have fans, man. A lot of albums.
And they have a bunch of, like, there's a bunch of people that brought their kids there, and so, like, they had them on their shoulders with their earphones, and the kids were having a blast because the visuals of it are fantastic with the big inflatable robots, and they throw balloons, and there's tons of confetti, and they have a big video board behind them that plays the lyrics, which I love that. I love I'm like
karaoke.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know the words. I mean, I knew the words to the album, but I don't know the other songs, so I'm like, okay, that added something to it.
I think that's a very inclusive thing to do too, because
think
you're going to
so,
have
too.
a lot of fans who know every word, and the people who don't, they can sing along with
They can
everybody
pretend,
else.
yeah.
They can pretend.
No, it was a great show. Ran into Charlie from Rover.
Oh yeah, he likes the lips.
Yeah.
All right.
Him and his lady were there, and I told him that I cried, and he's like, "You're such a pussy."
Well, I mean, you are, but
Yeah, I know.
I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
No, but a lot of people cry at shows for a lot less than that.
Yeah,
Right.
for sure.
Flaming Lips put out their debut album in 1984. It was self-titled. Yep.
Yeah, they're
pretty wild. All right. Well, then they have a very, very broad discography. Yeah, that's I just remember seeing Wayne Coyne at the 9 Inch Nails show a few years ago.
just hanging out.
I was standing in line to get a beer, and he was behind me.
That's so wild.
And he's
going
out
to watch the show.
and you can immediately recognize him because he's wearing that white suit. He's got this shock of curly gray black hair.
Yeah.
You even if you're not a big Flaming Lips fan, I mean, you probably know
stands out.
He
What's
stands
his
out.
name?
Wayne Coyne. He and his brother started Flaming Lips. I think his brother was the first singer actually. When Mark Coyne stopped singing, it was Wayne Coyne.
He looks.
He left, and Wayne Coyne's like, "Well, I'll keep this thing
God,
going."
this is such an obscure reference. I don't know the actor's name from Bird Box, who went crazy and was drawing all the circles and threw the lady out the window. Oh my God, they look
The British
same.
guy?
Is he British?
I think so. The guy who holds the woman's eyes open.
Tom Hollander.
Yeah.
They
Wayne
look
Coyne
the
looks like
same.
Tom Hollander.
Yes.
Wow.
I'm going back and forth between two tabs of them. If Tom Hollander grew his hair out and put on, yeah, dude, they look the same.
Now
He
Tom
always
Hollander.
reminds me of Ryan Singer.
Tom Hollander is like 4 or 5.
Well, I'm just looking at their faces.
Yeah, there is a difference there.
Yeah, if Tom Hollander had that hair and a beard, he should play him in the biopic.
Oh yeah, that's a. Yeah.
You don't think this guy's gonna have a biopic?
So it was a good time.
It was a great time.
Yeah,
great show, and again, lots of people bringing their kids to concerts. I just wonder how you guys feel about that because
They have the headphones on?
they have the headphones on.
Yep.
I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but I also know like the kids that did it, some were having fun and others were just like snacking on Doritos, not really paying attention
Well,
to
the
everything that
headphones
much.
that kids wear aren't like, there's no music in there.
No.
Yeah, they're just
It's
like
just
noise.
it's just ear protection
Yeah.
because it's so loud.
Like working at the airport.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brian's daughter wears those whenever we go to like fireworks or the air
Mhm.
show or anything like that.
Well, I think there are some families that want to see if their kid digs something. Like if they're listening to it at home and the
Yeah.
kid goes, oh, they're dancing around, like, oh, you want to go? And the kid goes, yeah, I'd like to go. But after 2 songs, like kids aren't designed for concerts like that, I don't
Yeah.
think. So after 2 songs, the kid's like, yeah, I want to go. And that's when they give them the Doritos.
Right.
that's
We'll go
when-
in a little bit.
And I was like, kid, give me some of those Doritos.
Give me your Doritos right now. When we were at Sonic Temple, I'm like, this
There's
is
a
an
ton of kids,
all-day
yeah.
music festival. And there were like little kids, like 4 or 5
Yeah.
years old.
But at least that's outdoors where they can run
guess,
around
yeah,
if they
that's
want to.
and there's like,
you know.
yeah, there's like other things to do.
Well, there's
there.
a parking lot at the Agora. Those kids were running around. It was
Go
fun.
have fun.
With flashlights.
Euclid Avenue.
No flashlights. They're just kids.
Oh.
Yeah, like, let them burn off a little energy.
Okay.
Get them in the pit.
Whatever happens, happens.
Put the kids in the hamster ball and let them run around.
Yeah. So he was in that. He just didn't walk around in it.
I didn't see that.
Oh, people said he did the bubble.
Okay, so I did the bubble. but
Must
that
have been
was-
after you left,
it was,
Bill.
It was after I left.
After you left
Yeah.
early.
Yeah, that's all right. I was done.
Hmm.
I had a long weekend. I did so many comedy shows.
Me too, man.
I did. On Friday night, I had Hilarities, and then I had to go to Berea, do a show in a church. That
You know, Mary's from Berea.
Yeah,
What
me too.
church?
St. Mary's. And,
Oh.
yeah. And like they have a gym over there, and I had to do a show there. And I was like, oh, I didn't know this was gonna be at a church. Do I have to be clean? And I walk in, and our friend Wanda is on stage, and she's talking about getting the SF'd out of her.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I don't got to be clean.
This is a former church?
No, it's a current church.
It's a real church.
You guys
It's
were
like bingo there.
you were defiling a house of the Lord.
Well, it
is what
wasn't
you were
in the
saying?
church part. It was in the gym.
Who put that?
You were defiling the gym of the Lord?
Rob Ward.
Oh, well, that's fun.
It was a fundraiser. It was a blast. That was, as far as those fundraiser shows can kind of be like hit or miss. They were hit. They were into it.
A fundraiser for what?
Baseball teams.
Don't they just run around and sell $15 Kit Kats?
Not anymore. Now they have big, crazy shows. That
Raffle baskets.
Too many people getting shot through their front door now to go door to door doing that?
Probably.
Yeah. Well, welcome to America.
But hey, I'm all for it.
The shooting through the door or
no,
the fundraiser?
the fundraiser where I get to perform and make
Hey,
good money.
Bill's a big fan of the Second Amendment. Use your guns however you want, recklessly. All right, that's Bill Squire. Ever since he cried at that show, he's really
Yeah,
flip-flopped
it's really
on some of his beliefs.
changed on some stuff.
It's almost like he took some blunt force trauma in the pit there
And
or
Matt,
something.
And then I did all the shows with Matthew Broussard at Hilarities, and he went on the funny bus. By himself. Yeah, like he went on Saturday. He sends me a text message. He's like, "You ever been on this thing?" I'm like, yeah, we advertise it," and he had a good time. So it was a good weekend.
Well, there you go.
Did a drag brunch on Sunday morning.
Yep.
My friend came out as bi.
At the
So good for
brunch?
her.
That was
Yeah,
the drag
her,
name?
That was
Oh.
her. That was her performance. Is like her official announcement that she is bisexual.
Nice, good
So
for
yeah,
her.
What's her drag name?
What is it?
If it's the person I'm thinking of, I know it.
Yeah, what is it though?
Emerald Von Bliss.
That's it.
Emerald Von Bliss.
Yeah.
Hmm.
She likes green.
She likes green.
She does like green.
She- I mean,
Not
yeah.
Austrians.
Yeah, she's always green.
Alan, there were kids at the Death Cab show. They were bored after 4 songs. Well, yeah. You thought your kids were crying before. Take them to a Death Cab
They're a bunch
show.
of adults feeling that same way.
Oh, boy. Alan, I was the sound guy at the church. We're all going to hell, but Bill did great.
Thank
There
you.
you go.
That was a great show,
Mhm.
and also great sound because that's a tricky place to do sound in a big
Very
gym like
cavernous.
that, and it sounded great.
I got to take a break. I'll have those Alter Bridge tickets for you later on. They're doing that Kings and Pawns tour with Seven Dust. I'll have the key for the Buzzard bike for you. You want to win this Harley? We're handing out a whole bunch of keys. Next one from me is coming around 4:10. I'll have WWE Raw tickets for you later on. Another trip to Vegas for late September for our iHeartRadio Music Festival, so that's all on the way. Want to text for anything else, 35192, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival is coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights.
runs through the surf world, and it all goes back to Mickey.
He's not only the most idolized of the bad boys, he's also the most bad guys of the bad guys.
Listen to Lost Hills on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Time to get stuff away. Get stuff away.
All right, you want to go see Alter Bridge on the Pawns and Kings tour. They've got Seven Dust and Mammoth WVH, Wolfie Van Halen's band, in tow. It's going to go down Tuesday, August the 8th, out at Jacobs Pavilion. Tickets, info, all the other stuff, you can go to axs.com. Okay? 2 tickets here for you. Caller 10. Alter Bridge, Seven Dust, Mammoth WVH in August. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox.
The sort of man we used to describe at school as a complete prick. The Alan Cox Show
On 100.7
WMMS.
Well, that show I might stay for a little bit of Alter Bridge. They bring the riffs. I mean, I love Seven Dust, but let's stick around for a couple of Alter Bridge songs to make everybody happy. Hey, your Guardians did pretty well against the Astros.
Yeah,
over the
love that.
weekend. They took 2 of 3 in that series. Shut them out last night, 5-0. Guardians win. They played 14 innings on Friday, I think. One
Yeah.
of those days. Jesus.
Yeah, to the point where that game started before my shows at Hilarities and didn't end until I was already home.
Yeah.
Like it was that late of a night.
Man. It got off to a rough start, though, the guy that came out and sang the anthem.
Proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars were so gallantly there, as though rockets were there, and the twilight's last gleaming, and the rocket's red glare were so gallantly there. Burst stripes were all there, and the rockets were there.
Oh, man. If you talk about crying at the Flaming Lips show, there wasn't a dry eye in the house at Progressive Field. Anyway, Guardians are off to San Diego to play the Padres tomorrow night. That is a 9:40 game here on WMMS. They'll head to AZ to play the Diamondbacks and then come back home to host the Athletics of Oakland next week. But Guardians Padres tomorrow night, 9:40 here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen to us there from out of state, tell me where you do that. Laura is a listener in Stuttgart, Germany. Dave is in Rogersville, Alabama. Tim listens in Grand Rapids. Did Tim come out to your show?
If he did, he didn't introduce himself?
Oh, he's staying undercover. Smart.
I don't know.
Smart. He was a secret shopper.
Maybe.
Kim listens in Nashville. Aaron's in Chicago. And, Philadelphia. So Philly has got big problems. Basically, people there in the tri-state area have got big problems when it comes to commuting because a truck carrying petrol or something in a giant tank caught on fire and collapsed a huge part of a bridge on I-95, which is a major, to call it a major thoroughfare in that part of the country is an understatement. And so what this has done, logistics are going to be a nightmare for months out here. I-95 bridge collapse there in Philadelphia. So you have commuters going in and out of the city who are going to be rerouted. You've got trucks that are going to be, basically anybody going through Philly is screwed. Even if you were going D.C. to New York, they're going to route you through Jersey. So then you're going to be paying turnpike tolls the whole way.
Ugh.
So
those tolls are ridiculous.
yeah, every 10 feet you're paying something. I mean, I shouldn't have to tell you this. Even under the best of circumstances, I shouldn't have to tell you, don't go to Philadelphia. But this time around, it's really going to screw a whole lot of people up. Repairs expected to take months after a collapsed portion of I-95 It's closed in both directions because of this truck that caught on fire.
We need this off-ramp shut down. I had no idea it was on fire.
An inferno erupting underneath Interstate 95 near the Cotman Avenue exit in the Tacony section of Philadelphia. Officials say a tanker truck full of a petroleum-based substance caught fire.
Oh my God, something is like...
Angela Lewis was there.
The closer I got, and when I realized the flames were coming up on the side of me, and as they hit me, I just like got really scared, and like at the end, I'm just like, thank you God for getting me through this.
The thick smoke seen for miles, burning strong and burning fast. It didn't take long for a portion of I-95 northbound lane to buckle and collapse.
95 was collapsing. I drove over it, and it was collapsing. I think it just collapsed completely.
This morning, one of the city's main arteries and possibly busiest interstate in the entire state shut down.
The reason I love all the news coverage, and I was listening to some of it when I was in the car, are the Philly accents. That's all I'm here for, right? It collapsed. I was right under it. They were spraying water. They were trying to spray the fire with water. Trying to put it out.
Dude, so I was passed out and I woke up to nothing but text messages, phone calls. I had no idea what was going on. And I got dressed, I came out, I looked down, and I smell like a smoky smell. And I'm like, damn, dude, so it's crazy.
When you came out and saw it,
yeah.
did you know what was happening yet, or did it just look like a fire?
Well, no, so I got all those text messages, screenshots. I'm like, everybody's like, yo, where's this at? Like, nobody had, like, a direct, like, location. So I was like, look out my window, I see a bunch of cops. I'm like, bro, that's right by my apartment. So
when did you figure out and realize that the freeway collapsed, the northbound side?
Oh, dude, I was passed out when that happened.
I was passed out when that happened, and I don't know, but, man, what a pain in the ass for people who drive in that part of the country. Now, here in Cleveland, they want repairs for rail bridges all throughout Northeast Ohio. There are a lot of old bridges. And, you know, when people go ho-hum at infrastructure, this is what they're talking about. This is why infrastructure is like trillions of dollars in fixes. They've designated 23 railroad bridges in Cleveland that are in critical condition after surveys. And usually, a lot of times, it's the railroad companies that are on the hook for these. Of course, they always try to get the cities to pay for them. But they looked at 99 railroad bridges for inspections, and 23 of them are in critical condition all throughout Cleveland. Now, you think something like that, they go, oh, we better fix this. We better get a hop too. No, everybody drags their feet on this kind of stuff because they go, let's see how long we can have turn of the last century infrastructure and get along. That, you know, every time something happens, they go, oh, we got to figure this out. After that train derailed in eastern Ohio, East Palestine, they were like, we got to fix this. Nah. But there are a lot of bridges in, so between Philadelphia, Cleveland, they're trying to fix these. Now, so to the people of Philadelphia, I say, at least you've got Bitcoin, the elderly rapper.
There you go.
He's still alive. He's
You
still
love him.
kicking. He's 86 now. He's doing great.
You know, I've been with a lot of bitches, and out of all of them, I can make a solid argument that you're the best. You give one hell of a job. So many chicks been on my but not a single one done stick the way that you do. The way that you do. Most feel right for only one night, but your is just so damn tight. That's why you're the best bitch. That's why you're the best bitch. You're the best way to spend my bread. Really good at giving. Take you back to meet my parents if they weren't already dead. I show you life's finest places and amenities. That's what you get with a G in his 70s. I know you like a man who knows exactly what to do. You know it's true, I've been doing girls since 42. Back when the Nazis were invading Britain, I was making bitches purr like a motherfucking kid. Back when Armstrong landed on the moon, I was getting on the daily, everyday crushing poon. When they took down the wall in '89, I was in my prime, making panties fall all the time. After civil rights movement, everyone was free. Then I gave every girl the right to my D.
Oh, Bitcoin. I love it. Oh, he's still killing it, still doing his thing there for the city of Philadelphia, making them proud. And unlike actual Bitcoin, he's legit. He has value. He's great. He blew up with that song 9 years ago when he was 77. And I think, I did some quick math, I think that makes him, carry the one, 86.
Look at you.
I think I got it. So, people in Philly have a tough time, boy. Tough time. Imagine you're like, oh, I'll just add an hour to my commute. That'll be fun. I had no idea we were driving into when I went home for the weekend. My brother was like, oh, yeah, they started that in March. It's a 3-year project. I'm like, what? And then on the way back, because we left, I'm like, we better leave so goddamn early on Sunday morning. Because, A, we lose an hour coming back. I'm like, we got to get out of here early if that is going to be another 9-hour trip. And we flew out of there. So I don't know what the hell's going on. I mean, it was a Sunday, and by the time we were getting into town, like, Friday at rush hour. So, yes, of course. But I had no idea everything was getting torn up.
Dude, this weekend.
I'm like, you guys couldn't give me the heads up? Like, nobody in my family was like, hey, FYI, this is going on. Nobody hit me up and told me. So I keep, like, rechanging our ETA based. I go, yeah, okay, we're going like 4 miles an hour. Added 3 hours to the trip just in construction traffic.
I think this weekend was like just heavy travel in general because I was driving home yesterday.
But for what?
I don't know. I was driving home yesterday, and
people aren't flying because it's too expensive.
I think for the first time in my life, maybe, I had to wait in a line at a rest stop bathroom. There's 50 stalls in a rest stop, and there was a line out the bathroom. I was like, I have never seen that before. There were so many people at this rest stop. And I'm like, dude, and the traffic and all kinds of stuff. I was like, dude, everybody seems to be traveling this weekend.
Is air travel expensive?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's bad right now.
I mean,
dude.
I told my family, I said, if we come in, well, like we probably won't be back till Thanksgiving. I'm like, we're going to fly to O'Hare or Midway and just drive to the house.
Yeah, it's not cheap. I just booked a flight to Tacoma for my shows at the end of the month, and it was like $900 to go from.
Round trip?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
I was looking at some flights to somewhere. God, where were we looking? And it wasn't that. Maybe I think when I booked my LA flights, maybe that's because there's more flights going out. Our LA flights were like $500 round trip.
That's still
not
lot.
cheap.
Really?
Really.
What are they supposed to be? I mean,
$200, $250.
Yeah, $500.
No, $250 round trip, not $250 there.
Oh.
A couple years ago, you could fly for under $300.
Really?
Yes. And now it's like if you get away with a flight, because I argue with comedy
flights
clubs,
are still full. It's not.
Oh,
it's not sending too many people back into their cars because flights are full.
I get in arguments with comedy clubs because they're like, okay, we can give you a $200 travel stipend. And I'm like, that doesn't do anything anymore. Like, I can't drive here for that amount of money. I sure as hell can't fly here for that amount of money. And they're like, yeah, well, that's our budget.
Well, I was going to say, they're not looking to pick up the whole trip. I mean,
well, but that would cover most of it. Even in like 2019, you could get somewhere $200 to make a good dent in your travel.
Are you saying they're not raising wages in accordance with the cost of living?
Nowhere. Not
What?
even just entertainment. Would you believe it?
God bless. You can leave us messages anytime you like. We get them on the After Hours line. It's 216-986-8903.
Alan, Caleb, and Kent, listening to the podcast from Monday. You announced the lineup for the iHeartRadio Festival. I was just looking to get a phone number or maybe an email for Dave iHeartMedia. There's definitely concern in the world that Green Day and or Weezer are not on the lineup. Love you, bye.
Yeah, right. That iHeartRadio Music Festival. No Green Day, no Weezer. I hope we haven't had a falling out with them. Although we do have Fall Out Boy.
Is Miley Cyrus on it?
No.
Yep, that's the other third big one.
But
Green
30
Day,
Seconds
Weezer.
to Mars is. I mean, I think we have a lifetime contract with Jared Leto. No, I'll have more Vegas trips for you this week at 5:30. I think the line is pretty good. I mean, it's more rock heavy than it has been in a long time. They got a couple country acts, couple pop acts, but it's Foo Fighters and Fall Out Boy and Lenny Kravitz and Public Enemy and 30 Seconds to Mars and Sheryl Crow and some others. So I'm happy to tell you about that one. Maybe they'll add Khalees. You know, they'll always do last minute ads. They go, hey, now featuring. So, Caleb, hold out for Weezer and Green Day. They might say, now featuring Red Hot Chili Peppers. I think Foo Fighters is pretty much filling that legacy slot, though. But anyway, yes, if you do want to email Dave iHeartMedia, who is the head of this company, it would be Dave iHeartMedia at iHeartMedia.com/Dave./ and then spell the word / iHeartMedia equals name.dave.net / not the word, the thing, the keystroke. That's the email. So tell him, just go, hey, I'm kind of concerned and I'm. Hey, Dave.
It's him.
Hey, man.
The CEO. He's already called. Oh, man. I got a direct line to the office. Yeah, I've never met the man or talked to him, but he's got a direct line to me, boy. Call right into this room.
You're crying about, well, not crying, but you say you're surprised with the price of airfare so high. I mean, look what's going on in this country. You know, gas is
always a good start.
Gallon.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not drilling for oil. We're oil dependent on other countries. You can solve all that with putting a couple drills in the ground.
Dave, you know that we've exported more than we've imported for many years now, right?
Yeah.
We're a net exporter of petroleum.
We used to be. We're not anymore.
No, we are. We have been for the last few years.
All right, then why is oil so expensive?
Yeah,
Alan. You know the government doesn't set oil prices, right? The oil companies do.
I understand that. I understand that too.
Why aren't you mad at BP?
I'm not mad at anybody, dude. I'm not mad at you either.
No,
I'm just saying you got to take that into consideration.
Take what under consideration?
The price of fuel and the price of airfare.
No, I understand.
It's all related.
Yes, it is. Yes, if oil prices go right, but it's what it is it's not the price of oil going up. It's that oil companies go, hey, we got to the point where everybody got used to spending $5 a gallon, so we're not going to drop it.
Yeah, and these companies got to make up money for lost revenues during the pandemic. I understand that. It could be a lot cheaper if certain things happen. That's all I got to say, man. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Fix the oil
There's
price
Dave in
down.
Akron.
His
Right.
tone changed.
He's
drastically.
How so?
I don't know. I feel like you answered the phone and he had a fury, and then he was just like, yeah, after careful consideration, I think you're right.
Well, I am right. Listen, man, sometimes you just got to get something off your chest. That's fine. Dave's, but again, gas ain't $5 a gallon anymore either.
Not here. It was when I was in New York and LA. When I was just in LA last weekend, it was like almost $6.
Well, then it's a good thing we don't live there.
By the way, I couldn't tell if it was like getting ready to rain or we were getting the haze. Did we ever get the haze from Canada?
I think we got some. Yeah, we didn't get a New York flow, but I think, every time I would check the air quality alerts in the morning, they would say, hey, it's not awesome. So, yeah, we got some of it here.
When we were driving into Michigan, I was like, I can't tell if this is it's always like this or this is special. This is coming from Canada.
Dude, Grand Rapids was clear. Like, nothing. I don't know if it was just too far away or in the opposite part of the, state, but it was like perfect weather. No haze, no dust, no nothing.
Yeah, I mean, air quality, they would put out a report every morning and say it's not awesome. A lot of people are pointing out that it is a big weekend for people to be like graduating and leaving school. So maybe that's part of it.
Yeah, graduation party.
I did see a lot of
that makes sense.
I did see a lot of cars getting gas at rest stops where like everything from their kid's room was in the back of the car, comforters pushed up against the window and
Rads and dads,
Yeah.
There's probably gonna be a lot of traveling this weekend too.
What do you guys like for Father's Day? I have a whole thing planned. I think Brian will like it. I don't want to say it because I'm afraid he's listening. But
Well, you don't have to say. What do you mean? What do we? What?
Two chicks at the same time? Is that what you
no, what? Yeah, that's what I have planned
Two
for
chicks
Brian.
at the same time.
That's
Oh, who's the other chick?
I feel like it's Rihanna. I feel like
From down the street in Berea? I know
No,
her.
like
Rihanna Smith?
A sexual threesome.
pregnant Rihanna.
Robin Fenty.
I feel like
Sexual threesome.
Father's Day is hard to shop for. You know,
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't know. We don't do like big Father's Day stuff. It's like
lunch.
I mean, if that even like they'll give me a car. Like I just we appreciate each other all year.
Oh God.
Well, it is tough. It is tough if you want to get someone something for Father's Day.
It's
that
a
is
weird
tough.
thing to shop for.
'Cause
He
guys
doesn't
don't care.
golf. Yeah, he doesn't have an
Make him
activity
golf.
like that.
Buy him a symbol.
Oh, I should. I bought him something way dumber than that. I'll tell you guys. I don't know.
He's a
if
drummer.
listening.
Anything you get him is dumber than a symbol.
I'll tell you guys what I got him.
It's all dumber than
Right.
gear.
Group text.
Well, it's all dumb, I think. But no, because you guys are gonna make so much fun of me. But I think he's gonna like it.
Well, you know him and we don't, so we'll defer to your judgment.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna love that actually.
Well, in the second text, it's I think I nailed it, but it just feels so like such a stupid gift.
Well, listen. Do you have an indication that's something he would enjoy?
He loves that to do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You should have got
Seems
him.
like it might be right up his alley.
2 chicks.
No.
Oh, what?
55 burgers, 55 fries,
Oh, my
55 tacos,
God.
55 pies, 55 cokes, 100
Sexual
tater tots,
threesome.
100 pizza, 100 tenders, 100 meatball, 100 coffees, 55 wings, 55 shakes, 55 pancakes, 55 pastas, 55 peppers, and 155 taters.
55 pies. I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for all these other stuff, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere.
all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of The Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Yes, I heard when you die after burial, you have to come back as an insect or animal. Yes, I heard when you die after burial, you have to come back as an insect or animal. Well, if this so, I don't want to be a monkey, either a goat, a sheep, or donkey. My brother said he wants to come back a hog, but not wrongy. I want to be a bed bug just because I'm going to bite them young ladies' bumper, or like a hot dog or a hamburger. And if you know you're thin, don't be in a fright. It's only big fat woman I'm going to bite.
They had a massive bedbug invasion at the Honolulu airport.
Oh.
They were closing. Did you fly into there when you and your sisters went?
No, we were in Maui, different island.
Hawaii's largest airport in Honolulu had to shut down 3 gates because of a bedbug infestation. First thing I did, man, we got to the hotel.
You have to.
This weekend, lift up the friggin' mattress. See what's going on. Because I always get 2, when we travel with our daughter, we get 2 beds. One of us gets 1 bed, and the other one is the other one and our daughter. Or sometimes she'll want to sleep on the couch. And so that's fine. This time she didn't. But I lift up. First, you tear off that comforter, and those are getting thinner and thinner, too.
They are.
Because I think they were like, why are we spending all this money in these fluffy comforters if people are kind of getting wise and just pulling them off as soon as they walk in anyway? Once information like this kind of gets disseminated over years and years, people go, oh, that, people reading up on travel hacks and blah, 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 especially post-COVID. So these comforters are getting thinner and thinner. But boy, if you're not lifting up the corner of that mattress and checking underneath, I don't know what you're doing.
You guys.
Everybody's worried about spooge on the remote. Like,
No, I don't
okay,
care
that's
about that, just the bed
because
bugs.
you're going to add to it.
Mhm.
But I mean, granted, you check underneath that mattress. What, Cody?
You guys got me hip because I did not do that. I've gone most of my life without worrying about bed bugs. But then since you guys talk about it so often and you guys are well traveled, I felt like I was a sucker. So that's the first thing I did when we went to the room because I was like, oh, wow. This was like big because we didn't pay. We got one of the cheaper hotels. I didn't know what to expect, but it was actually pretty nice. And then the first thing I did, went up there, pull the little sheets up, look at the corner, look underneath the bed. And I was like, okay, we're good to sleep here.
Where did you guys stay?
Oh, God, it was a Quality Inn.
Okay.
Quality Inn. But it was like a big.
In Warren?
Yeah, it was like near like the GM facility out there. But yeah, it was nice. And then I don't know if I'm getting older or cheaper.
I mean, you are.
Okay, probably both then, because that's all we could talk about. We were really excited about the free breakfast in the morning. I'm like, it's only going to be some yogurt and like some cereal. But the fact that it was complimentary, I'm like, we're getting up early. We have to get up at least an hour, 2 hours before checkout and get the breakfast before everyone else gets it.
And did you get in before everybody else got it?
We were late, and it was a whole Indian family, like 8 of them. I'm like, damn it. We're late. I was like, because they all wanted to get like a waffle, and those waffles, when you flip it, takes like 3
4 minutes, yeah.
And each one wanted one. I'm like, man, come on. So
you were standing there and whining?
I'm being passive aggressive, like,
wow.
I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm going to finish my yogurt by the time I make my waffle. And then, I'm one of those people that puts the orange juice in the cup, drinks it, and before I walk away, I fill it up again. Again, I don't know if I'm cheap or if I'm old, but like, that's just, I'm like, I'm going to get my money's worth. This whole, $150 we paid, I'm getting every cent worth.
Did you go to Buddy's Pizza? That's out in Warren.
No, we didn't do anything around
good.
Warren. What did we do? Because I know we ordered food, but I forget from where. But yeah, we just kind of went downtown. We didn't really explore Detroit like we wanted to. We went to Pride, and then we went to that little gay club.
All right. GG's?
Yes. The drag show. They suckered us into it because they were like, oh, the dance club's up here. But there was like a bunch of cars in the parking lot. And I was like, damn, there's a lot of people here. And we were at the upstairs, and he's like, the upstairs free until like, it was just free. And I was like, oh, I wonder why, because there's no one here. We walked down the stairwell. I'm like, oh, y'all hiding bitches down here. Like, it was just a...
Jesus.
It was just a speakeasy full of drag queens, and it was cool.
All right. They were hiding bitches down there.
They're hiding bitches.
That's nice.
And they were well-dressed.
All right.
Unlike Buffalo, where people couldn't even dance on beat, and their tracks was showing. Like, come on, get together.
All right. But you let it slide?
Let what slide?
That they were showing their tracks.
At Buffalo, no, I did not let that slide.
Oh,
I said,
okay.
get me out of here.
Right. This is not up to my standards, is what you were saying.
Well, because they didn't have any gay clubs in Niagara Falls, so we had to Uber all the way. It was like a half-hour ride to Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, all right, show me what you got. And that's what they had. So, yeah. Detroit, top-notch. It was top-notch drag queens.
All right. Well, at least they've got that going for them. You know, very exciting for Detroit.
I guess.
To have top-notch drag queens. City's on the come-up.
Well, I wanted to go see, we were trying to save a little time, but we were so exhausted the next morning. I was really hungover. But I wanted to go to the Motown Museum. And I find it ironic that I was like, oh, wow, I'm going to go to the Motown Museum. And I haven't even explored, like, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in my own town. But we didn't end up going.
I mean, you don't have to do them in order.
I know, but
it's like a movie. If you don't watch the prequel, you can't follow.
Well, it's just kind of like a New Yorker never really visits. A lot of them haven't even visited the Statue of Liberty, and I guess the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame would be our Statue of Liberty.
Well, I've never heard it put like that before. The Statue of Liberty, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is the Statue of Liberty of Cleveland.
It absolutely is. What else would be?
You mean as far as landmarks go?
Yeah, that is what we're known for. If you think Cleveland, rock and roll. You think New York City, you either think Times Square, but that's not a landmark. The Statue of Liberty would be their biggest, oldest, most sacred landmark.
Yeah, you might be right. I never think about the Statue of Liberty.
I think every town has like their own little landmark or like something.
Well, biggest ball of twine, and yeah. Hey, Ted Kaczynski died.
Oh.
The Unabomber killed himself.
Speaking of a ball of twine.
Hey, I'm telling you what,
What a
man.
Unabomber.
What took so long, by the way? It was almost 30 years that guy's been in there. He said he'd never spend life in prison. I'd rather be dead than spend life in prison. What took you so long?
Right, he's been in prison for
almost 30 years.
Almost 30 years.
He's a smart dude. Really smart dude. To Harvard and U of M and Berkeley, but he just ended up moving into I think his dad killed himself, and he went out and lived in a cabin and killed 3 people. Convicted for a series of bombings targeting scientists. And they said that he killed himself.
Ahead of his time.
Ahead of his time. Yeah, he really was. Well, I'll tell you what.
Wait a minute. Okay. I wasn't sure exactly what he did, and I looked it up real quick, and this is horrible to say this, but he only killed 3 people.
It was a quainter time. It was a different time.
It says 1978 to 1995, and that's what I'm trying to get at, is like this dude killed 3 people, injured 23.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah.
So 26 total people over the course of 20 years? And I don't know, man.
And
he got to
your
spend
point
life.
is what?
That happens in one mass shooting, and the person who shoots doesn't get in trouble half the time.
This was the early 90s. I mean, it was a bit of a we weren't awash in domestic terrorists.
Okay.
That's why guys like Timothy McVeigh
so he's
and
like
the Unabomber.
First,
yeah, these were like a big deal back then. These were guys that had an axe to grind with the government.
Okay, but why can't
people now have an axe to grind with each other?
Why can't you punish those people the same way?
What do you mean?
Like a lot of the school shooters get off easy, or
no, a lot of them kill themselves.
Or that's true too, I guess.
The ones who are prosecuted go to prison for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, I guess I forgot that's how they most. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's how most of them avoid.
Prison
prosecution.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
And if they're white, they get Burger King, and they
that's
get
what that is what I'm talking about, or like.
Well, that's a punishment.
Well, I don't know how poorly they treated Ted Kaczynski. I just know that they looked for him for a while.
Not like they're getting a strawberry frosty from Wendy's. That would be too far.
I mean, Timothy McVeigh with that truck bomb killed a lot of people. Ted Kaczynski was sending out mail bombs that he had made. So that's going to be a lot less precise.
Man, if that were me, I would have ended up dying because going to the post office is such a bummer. I hate going to the post office. I make all these.
That alone would have put you off the scent.
Yeah, I make all these mail bombs, and then I'm like, I'll mail them tomorrow. Ah, damn it.
Oh, I missed it. Got it.
I had one thing to do today. It was go to the post office.
Let me just put this here. Oh, damn it. A lot of those guys, like Al-Qaeda and back in the day, like a lot of these bombers, they end up killing themselves because something goes wrong. I don't know if he ever hurt himself.
Well, he did recently.
He did, yeah. They said because initially they were like,
bad.
cause of death is unknown, but then they said it looks like he killed himself. Mailed or hand delivered a series of increasingly sophisticated bombs that killed 3 people and injured 23 others. 16 bombs were attributed to him.
Hand delivered? Do you think he wore a little outfit
like Ace Ventura at the beginning of the first movie?
He just sat down.
HDS, how are you today, sir? All righty then.
He took a picture with his phone, tried to make it real convincing. Obviously, he didn't have phone back then, but I'm painting the picture here.
Candygram from Mongo comes in a little hat. Candygram.
Oh, Craig, look, it's a telegram. Oh my gosh, I think your grandma finally sent you your birthday gift.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Well, this one. You're really going to love it. I think you want to stand back.
But he was sending bombs to academics, and he was one. They think that that he participated in a study in college that really effed with his brain. He participated in some experiment over mind control or something that involved electrodes because he was a real smart guy. He had doctorates in mathematics and things like that. And all of his bombs were targeting academics. So like a graduate student at Northwestern, my alma mater, in the late 70s. And he put one on an American Airlines flight. That sounds random. And those people just got smoke inhalation. And some of the bombs have been defused. But he was just sending them to random colleges. And, sometimes the secretary would open the mail. And she'd end up losing a couple of fingers. One of the people who died, because a lot of people got hurt, only 3 of them died. A computer store owner in Sacramento, an advertising executive in New Jersey, and a timber industry lobbyist in Sacramento. So this guy had some ideas about people that were, I don't know. But at that time, we didn't have mass shootings every day.
It's just sad to think of it that's the first place my mind went was, we only killed 3 people. You know what I mean? No, it's nothing.
Well, because I get that. If you're not really well versed in some of these people, especially if they hold a larger than life place in pop culture or history, you're like, oh my God, would they kill 100 people or blow up a plane or something? And Ted Kaczynski wasn't that.
And I had heard of him, but 1995, I was 5 years old, 6 years old. I didn't know what was going on.
Why weren't you more involved with current events, Mary?
I was involved with the church, that's why.
Mm-hmm.
Duh.
And they want nothing to do with current events.
You were trying to bomb Satan out of your soul.
Exactly.
She was learning about ancient events. I'll tell you what, though. Between finally getting some rain, Trump getting indicted, and Pat Robertson and the Unabomber going away, this has been a pretty good June.
Doing all right.
This has truly been a Pride Month to be proud of.
Father's Day.
Man.
You got
my birthday.
Yeah, your birthday's next week.
It's going to be what a month so far. God, because we didn't realize we were going to be in the car for 9 goddamn hours in construction traffic going home to see my family, we were listening to the breaking news of the Trump indictment and them reading the charges. My favorite part is when they were talking about him reading confidential maps to someone in his office this was recorded, it's all on tape, going over a confidential map with someone and showing them like secret military installations, situations that could get people overseas killed. And people started putting two and two together, and they were going, who was he showing that map to? And then people remembered, and we played this clip at the time, people remember Kid Rock talking to Tucker Carlson a couple of years ago about how he was hanging out with Trump and couldn't believe the stuff Trump was showing him. Do you remember that clip?
Oh, you
And
think that's
Tucker
what it
Carlson
was?
thought it was hilarious. People were like, of course it's Kid Rock who got shown these things. I wonder if he got subpoenaed. I wonder if that'll come up in the trial.
Oh.
Mr. Rock, Mr. Richie, do you...
Please state your name for the jury.
My name is Kid. Yep. Is this a map of Bawattabastan?
It's reworded and more political and a little politically correct. And I'm like, just being pretty, we're looking at maps. I'm like, am I supposed to be in on I make dirty records sometimes. I'm like, I do it here.
You didn't think you'd have a hand
What do
in
you think we should do about North Korea? I'm like, what? I don't think I'm qualified to answer this.
Tucker Carlson thought it was hilarious that Kid Rock looking at maps. That's pretty wild.
Let's be honest. It is, in a way, kind of hilarious. But if it's actually Trump showing Kid Rock that class, that's,
it's not like Kid Rock's going to sell the information, but still, it's...
You're just trying to show off to Kid Rock.
Right, you're trying to impress him.
Right. So, yeah, that to me, I was like, man, that's funny. Because it's so classic Trump. Hey, look at this. He's pretending to still be the president. So it makes him feel important. And he's golfing with Kid Rock, and they come back in. And he's just got crap laying around. You saw the pictures of the boxes in the bathrooms, and he's got stuff laying around. Hey, Kid Rock, want to look at this? Want to see what's going on here? What should we do about North Korea? Tucker Carlson thought it was great. That was hilarious. But they'll figure that whole thing out. It's wild, though. If you haven't read that indictment, boy, you should. Because it is wild. Wild. And so, what?
I just have a question about, do you think it's necessary to indict him? Because would it be, that whole thing with Nixon, the reason why, granted, he resigned, but the next administration was like, oh, this looks really bad for America to have a...
It was a different time.
Okay. Well, that's all I was asking.
All Trump would have had to do was give them back when they were asked. He could have avoided all of this if he had just said, oh, my bad. And when the National Archives came calling, like they have with everyone else, with Hillary and Biden and all these people that have classified stuff, when they hit him up and they go, you got something, we need it back, they go, okay, come pick him up. If all he would have had to have done, given all of the other things he's got to contend with, right? He had the rape beef for a while. They're still litigating what happened in Georgia. All these other things. All he had to do was return those documents. He's not president anymore. He's a private citizen.
I get it.
And they can twist themselves into all kind of contortions. But all he would have had to have done was do that, and none of this would have happened. But none of it. So easy.
Not saying he didn't do anything wrong, not saying that he is above the law, but it just seems like a waste of resources and a waste of time. And it seems...
To try a guy under the Espionage Act.
But he's not...
Why do you think that the Saudis gave Jared Kushner $2 billion?
Yes, but all politicians do
that.
that.
No, they do not. This both sides nonsense has got to stop.
Politics is corrupt. It's all
got
corrupt.
to stop. Why do you think the Saudis gave Jared Kushner $2 billion?
I don't know.
None of us do. But do you think they just hand that money out? It's not because Jared Kushner's an awesome businessman, because he's been proven to not be. He's very much not a good businessman. So it is a curious case. Now, that's not that hasn't been mentioned in part of this.
It has something to do with why they're partnering with golf now?
I don't know that has anything to do with the golf thing.
I'm just saying they didn't want to. Then all of a sudden, they're in.
But when Jared and Ivanka come out of the White House, having made hundreds of millions of dollars, and then because he needs a loan to prop up some failing thing, Jared, the Saudis give him $2 billion.
Okay, but
it's reasonable to ask why. This wasn't like nobody wrote him a check for a couple $100,000. It's $2 billion.
It's reasonable to ask. I understand why people are curious. Yes, it's very corrupt. But do you honestly think that Trump is going to go to prison? Because I don't.
Well, that's way down the road.
I don't think he's going to.
I have no clue. That's way, way, way down the road. They used to execute people under the Espionage Act. You know who Julius and Ethel Rosenberg are?
No.
Never learned about them in college or high school?
Probably forgot.
No, read about the Rosenbergs. And they're not the only ones.
Weren't they the neighbors on Three's Company?
Yes. It was Mr. and Mrs. Roper, and then the Rosenbergs moved in, and then Ralph Furley took over for them. Hey, let me give you a key for the Buzzard bike. Poundcake is going to take a winner here before I go to the break, because after the break, I'm going to have WWE Raw tickets for you. But we're giving away this Buzzard bike, this brand new Harley, courtesy of Budweiser. And every day, Rover's got a key, Stansbury has one, and I have one for you. And one of these, obviously, is going to fire this puppy up. And it's a good-looking bike. So your shot at my key today is right now. So caller 10, call and get your key. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival is coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights, 1 stage.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
An incredible lineup.
Foo Fighters.
Fall Out Boy.
Kelly Clarkson.
Kane Brown.
Lil Wayne.
Lenny Kravitz.
Miguel.
Public Enemy.
Sheryl Crow.
Tim McGraw.
TLC.
30 Seconds to Mars.
And more.
Never seen before collaborations.
And once-in-a-lifetime moments you'll have to see to believe. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Keep listening to Win Your Way There before you can even buy tickets.
Our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
September 22nd and 23rd at T-Mobile Arena.
Tickets go on sale Friday, June 16th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific. But starting Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders can score tickets and other awesome experiences before anyone else for 48 hours only or while pre-sale tickets last.
Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details.
What's in your wallet?
From the Mr. Hero Taste You Crave Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, partly cloudy down to the upper 40s. On Tuesday, showers and thunderstorms, a high of 65. Wednesday, partly sunny, maybe some showers. Wednesday's high, lower 70s.
This report is sponsored by eBay Motors. You do anything to keep your vehicle happy. Let's make sure it stays running smoothly. With eBay Guaranteed Fit, the right parts are just a click away. When you see the green check, you know that part will fit. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
This is your Monday Sports Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks.
Game 5 of the NBA Finals is tonight in Denver. The Nuggets with a 3-1 series lead. A win will bring Denver their first ever NBA championship. The Nuggets are an 8.5-point favorite at home. Over/under total points, 208.5. Individual
Hills is back with Season 3, The Dark Prince. An evil undercurrent runs through the surf world, and it all goes back to Mickey.
He's not only the most idolized of the bad boys, he's also the most bad guys of the bad guys.
Listen to Lost Hills on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I want to go see WWE Raw coming back to Cleveland. Very exciting. WWE Monday Night Raw. It is Monday, June 19th. Ooh! That's a week from tonight by my math. At the Romo Fijo, you get tickets info at rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com. If you're a fan, you probably know who's coming. I don't have a list here in front of me. But for people who go, they'll tell you it's never a bad time. Monday Night Raw here in Cleveland next Monday night. 2 tickets here for you if you're caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
His first marriage didn't work out. He caught her texting another show.
Sounds like he deserved it.
It's Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I'm packing up my things, I'll soon be leaving. I'm going to Polka Town. It was there I met a girl one evening. Now I'm Ohio bound. Our wedding bells will ring out in Cleveland. That's the place where I intend to settle down and listen to the rhythm of the polka in Cleveland, the polka town.
I was reading that Ohio has a problem right now, that there's too much pot. There's too much weed in Ohio. First off, this would go away tomorrow if they would just legalize recreational weed.
Yep.
No wonder there's too much weed in Ohio. But it's hurting growers' profits, obviously, because the supply is currently outstripping the demand. The weed production has tripled in Ohio, but the patient population, because it's just medicinal, is pretty flat. So that's why so many people, I mean, obviously growers are kind of the tip of the spear with respect to lobbying to get the legislators' heads out of their asses and go full-on recreational pot. But yeah, until then, you're probably going to have too much. They grow a lot in Akron. You know, there are companies down there. And the plants in a single room of this particular center, 200 pounds of weed every 2 months. Simply no way to know how much that is each month. But they have tripled their output. But you're going to hit a wall with, especially if it's just medicinal, because some of your customers are going to die. You know, if you're using it for pain mitigation, you're not going to be probably a decades-long customer. Ohio has 11 million people in it, and only 170,000 have medical marijuana licenses. See, my understanding was that it was unbelievably easy to get one of those. So even if it's not recreational, I guess I thought there were a hell of a lot more people that have medical cards. Because these days you go to your doctor and you go, ow, and he writes you one.
I don't know if that's true in all parts of Ohio, though. Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati, sure. If you're in rural Ohio.
No, but it's state regulation.
Right, but I'm saying your doctor might not prescribe it to you.
I
He might
see.
be like, you can try this,
It's
this,
like,
and this
you can
first.
get some Oxycontin like a real man.
Right, I'm dead serious.
Like a real man.
They might be so anti-pot like the rest of, I mean, that's the part of the state that's causing the problems anyway. All the small towns with backwards views, they very well could be like, no, we don't do that here.
Yeah, but I mean, and you probably do have a point there. I'm just saying that even in those rural pockets, you do have people that are of the mind that, listen,
good.
how did the Overton window on pot in general decades ago start to open? Because old people started smoking it. People who vote, old people who are in pain started to go, wow, this is great. That's how legalization of pot started to really gain some steam.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of people who are afraid of it. A lot. Or look down on it or think it makes you lazy and you're, going to start living off the government. If you
Unlike
start smoking
alcohol?
weed. Well, yeah. Seriously. Alcohol has
Alcohol
no...
gets you, it's a party. people just show up and they bring their like surfboards and stuff. I've seen commercials.
Yeah, when they come to a party at Ohio and they bring their surfboard.
Yeah.
Maybe at Squifle Towers pool, Bill.
Oh man, I went
but
swimming.
not at a lot of other.
I'm just trying to force myself to use it because it's been too cold. And Saturday it was like 75.
It's not warm enough.
It is not warm enough, and
really,
usually it's heated, and the heater was not working apparently, and I jumped in, and it was a polar plunge.
I was gonna say, like, if it's a heated pool in 70, but even on a 75-degree day, of course, you're on the lakefront too. So you got the winds whipping up off.
Yeah, there was. I mean, I stayed out there for about an hour with pants, and we had a good time, but it's still not the. When I'm in the pool, I like it to be hot out.
I want it to be
cold in the
80 and
pool.
above is pool weather, water weather.
When we were in Chicago, all of my siblings were there, and so my daughter got to play with all of her cousins, and so she was just like walking on air the whole time because she doesn't.
Do they treat her different because she's the daughter of a millionaire?
She's not the daughter of a millionaire.
She's the rich uncle's kid.
Mm-hmm.
No,
here comes Nora.
She's not.
Ugh.
No. But
Our Ohio family.
But she wanted to run around in the sprinkler. And we had brought a suit for her because we figured that my brother was like, hey, I'm probably going to have the. So it was warm, but it was like just this side of not sprinkler. Because I think of sprinkler as like 85, 90 degrees. You're running around in the sprinkler. And so she was the only one out there doing it. But man, she was living her best life. She couldn't have cared less if she was the only one. But the sprinklers were on. Because all of her cousins are older. Like she has one cousin who is a year younger than her. All the other ones are considerably older. So they'll hang out with her, and but they're like,
they'll lose interest.
You're not going to play with it. Yeah, so she'll kind of play with her one cousin. But now she's got some, my sister's getting married, so she's got some step cousins now. So that's good. That's always fun.
Well,
when you kind of widen the spectrum there.
That's exactly what it is with Brian's daughter, because Brian has one brother. And they have a 2-year-old. So, like, that's her only cousin on Brian's side.
Yeah.
And then I think she only has, like, 1 or 2 on her mom's side, too. And then I have 11 nieces and nephews. So when all of our family gets together, she's, like, elated to be hanging out with 12 kids, But there's the 3 oldest girls are my 11-year-old niece and 10-year-old twins. And even Blake being 7, they're, like, the 10 and 11-year-olds, like, have their period and are starting to get into boys and their cell phones. And Blake's like, well, I want to play with and I have to explain to her, like, you don't want to play with a 3-year-old, right? Like, that's too small for you. That's kind of the same thing, that you're just not into the same things right now. But
yeah, we didn't have any cousins growing up.
I had a ton.
Because we didn't know my dad's family, and my mom had one sibling, and he had no kids.
Oh, yeah,
so we had no cousins.
There's like a billion.
Mm-hmm. My mom.
There's 7 kids on my dad's side.
That's my mom. She had 8 siblings.
And then everybody had 4 or 5 kids.
Yeah.
So it's just.
I'm glad my kids have cousins. I'm like, that's awesome. When I was growing up, friends of mine were always talking about hanging out with their cousins. I'm like, that looks so fun.
Yeah.
Because they were invariably older, and they, like, oh, my cousin's gonna buy me a pack of smokes or something. That wasn't my thing, but I was like, man, I don't have anybody like that. You make your own fun. I did find something interesting, though. I'm always trying to, because we don't know my dad's side of the family, kind of stops cold when you do the bloodline stuff. My mom's bloodline can go back as far as whatever. But my youngest brother has continued to do deep dives on my mom's side of the family. We did determine unequivocally that we are of Irish descent. Pretty much figured out, but you never really know where to pinpoint it, We're aggressively white. That was all I knew. But we didn't know if it was Irish or Welsh or Scottish or whatever. So there's a little bit, it's mostly Scotch-Irish. But my brother has been doing these deep dives into my mom's side of the family. My dad's side still remains a mystery. But the data and the routes you can take if you're on one of these like ancestry things, if you're going down a path on one side, it'll take you to more and more and more. And my brother showed me this clipping, and I was reading it. I'm like, what am I looking at here? And he had to kind of walk me through it. On my mother's side, my great, great, great grandmother moved from Ireland, County Cork, and ended up in Indianapolis when that city was maybe 30 years old, right? So she was born in 1769. And what I was reading was she had been written up by the very first paper ever in Indianapolis when she was 107.
Nice.
Now, she died at 110. So this is my mom's great-great-grandmother. And I don't know how they ascertained this, but the article said that when she was 107, she was the oldest person in the United States. Now, given the glacial pace of information, then I don't know how they had that information. So there's a couple of grains of salt here. But as I'm reading it, I'm looking at my brother. He goes, this is our great-great-great-grandmother. I'm like, imagine coming from Ireland, and you're probably at that point just happy to be in the United States. And then our great-great-grandfather, her husband, had come here from Scotland, and they just met and lived in Indianapolis. But I'm like, imagine coming here, and you don't settle in New York, or you don't settle in Baltimore, or you go to Indianapolis. The city's barely there, right? I mean, Indianapolis was founded, I think, in like the early 1800s. So she would have been there many years later. But you're like, hey, why don't we just live here? This is pretty cool. How do you end up in Indianapolis from the East Coast in the 1800s?
That's where the horse died.
Yeah, that's probably what it is, right?
I'm not even kidding.
That's where that's where back in the day, that's where you settled or like winter hit.
Yeah.
And you're like, yep.
I'm not making it. They're trying to get to the
I guess
West
we'll
Coast.
call this Minneapolis.
Was that gold rush years? They're trying to get to the West Coast and the horse died in Indianapolis?
Well, that was in the 1900s, though. But I mean,
But that's when she was around. Right?
No, she was born in 1769.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So she died in 1879. She lived to be 110.
What was going on in the 1700s in America? Revolutionary War?
There were a lot of things going on, but I was like, I mean, again, when she was born, Indianapolis, I don't even think was a city yet. So it would be many years later, obviously. She got written up when she was 107. But I was like, so I'm telling my brother, I'm like, man, this is, you do all the work and just give me the sweet stuff. Just breadcrumb me with this information because it's amazing. Because my mom, in going through the house, she's still going through the house and cleaning things out of the basement. And she found these really old black and white photos that she had never seen before, and she doesn't know who the people are. But there's writing on the back. Like there's a picture of a really old guy. You know how people used to dress. They used to dress to the nines all the time. Like the 1800s, They're outside, and the guy's got a beard and a hat and and he's got like a waistcoat on and the whole bit.
Wait a minute. She was born in 1779?
She was born in 1769.
1769. So she was born during the Revolutionary War.
But in Ireland.
And when did she come here?
That I don't know. I do know because my brother was like, well, she settled in Indianapolis. I'm like, okay, well, I don't even think that was a city until the mid-1800s. So that would have been later, much later in her life.
1821.
So it would have been
She was 50.
Yeah, later in her life that she went to Indianapolis. So I don't know where she was before that. Like I know that my dad's dad, because he died when my dad was 15, so obviously we never met him, but like my dad's dad, like grew up in the Baltimore area before he moved, and then my dad was born in Mississippi and that whole bit. But these old black and white photos, I'm like, as we're driving to the cemetery to see my dad's gravestone over the weekend, I'm saying to Gwen, I'm like, it's amazing. And it sounds so stupid to say, but it really is when you put your mind to it and think about it. All of the people just in your own family that you'll never know, and they'll never know you, just these generations upon generations of people who you are related to by blood. And there's a photo, and on the back, and just handwritten says, Father in the barn. I'm like, wow. I'm like, that is our, great, 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 whatever. Some people, I grew up with people that were really into their families. So they're like, we can trace our family all the way back to, that's easy to do if you got right off the boat.
I was going to say, it makes me sad.
Yeah, there's no black people who can do it.
Well, we only go up.
Very sad.
There's, 4 generations, or no. Yeah, 4 generations. My mom knew.
I can track my family back to the 1500s.
That's what I'm saying.
That's white stuff. Yeah,
I know.
White stuff. That's right. That's why this whole go back to Africa nonsense. Black people are like, I don't know where I'm from, a-hole.
My mom's grandmother.
You took that from me. Thanks very much.
That's as far back as it goes. My mom's grandmother, and that was like in Mississippi. And then my grandmother from Mississippi moved up here. And then that's how we have roots in Mississippi. And now we're in Ohio. And my dad, he had a brother that passed away, but his father was adopted, and my grandmother on his side was from Italy, straight off the boat. We have family in Pennsylvania somewhere. He's essentially like, he has no family. My mom's family died off, so it's us. It's like everybody's dead.
You're the last of your line.
All of my grandparents are dead. My mom's cousins, we have a ton of cousins. When we were at St. Patrick's Day, as a matter of fact, St. Patrick's Day, when we were at the Clevelander, a guy walked up to me, and I forget his name, but his last name is one of my family's last names. We have many last names. And he was like, hey, yo, I think I'm your cousin. And I said, I could look at him, and I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, he's definitely my cousin. I didn't want to let him know that, but I was like, he looks exactly like the rest of my cousins. And I was
Why didn't you want to let him know? You were looking for new applicants? Or?
No, I wanted to see what he knew. And
then you were quizzing him.
Yeah, he threw out one of my cousin's half-brothers. I said, ooh, that's a deep dive. I said, there's no way he knew that without being related. He said, I'm your cousin's cousin. He's like, so we are related. I was like, yeah, you are my cousin. And it was just so funny. That's because that happens all the time. We have cousins, half cousins, and then, their dads cheated on their mom with the so-and-so. So we have some of those out there too. So they don't talk to us, but we are related.
Wow, it's wild, isn't it?
It's so wild. It's like, oh yeah, so we're on bad terms with this family. We are related, but half of their family don't know that we're related. So don't say anything to them if you see them out in public.
Hey, just pretend you're a stranger and you have no blood relatives.
Chances are, if you're in Elyria, Ohio, and you're black, you're probably related to my family somehow.
That's how my grandma's family was down in Canton. There's just a bunch of hillbillies, and each of them had like 15 kids. I remember one time when I was a little kid, we went to a family reunion on my grandma's side down in Canton. And
Did they need them to work the land? Were they farmers?
I have no idea. I think they were just poor. So they just that's what happens when you're a poor person. You have sex and you don't pull out. You're not using a condom. There you go.
More kids,
got a
more
bunch of
assistance.
kids. Yeah.
Well, if you get assistance, there's some families that don't, and nobody's living high off the hog if you got 15 kids.
Oh, they get assistance.
It's so easy to not get pregnant.
I mean, I was a little kid, right? But I remember being at this park, and I'm like, there's 200 people here. Everyone had name tags on, and my dad's like, oh, this is your cousin, this is your second cousin, this is your uncle, and
it means nothing.
I was these people are not related to me.
Right.
I've never met them. I've never seen them since then. But it was like my grandma's brother, Ralph, he had a bunch of kids. And then each of his kids had 4 or 5 kids. So his bloodline alone was 40 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was insane.
It's a lot to keep track of. Alan, when your great-great-grandmother lived then? Yes, I do.
1776!
That's what I was saying. I was like, she was here during the Revolution, and she was here when America was founded. But
Indianapolis was founded in 1821. Somebody said.
I already said that. You don't listen to the show.
Is that what you said, 1821?
Sure did.
Oh, I thought you sorry.
Alan, see me after the show. Yep.
1776!
Sorry, I'm doing a couple things over here. Yeah, because my wife's mom's family is French Canadian, so they're all from Quebec and all that stuff. But yeah, I don't know. It's pretty wild. So I'm gonna be telling my brother to keep me in the loop.
But the women in your family are old. Historically, you had a grandma who was 103. This grandma's 110.
Here are the 2 things that I've noticed that are consistent in my family. People live a long time, and they marry the men. Marry women much younger than they are. So, nailed it.
Well, then.
I'm making my family proud.
You're doing great.
Yep.
That means your mom's got about good 40 years to find another man.
Maybe so. My sister was trolling her, saying that she put her on farmersonly.com. and my brother and I, because I told her, I go, it's become a running joke on the show that, like, you're dating again and whatever. And my brother and I looking at my sister going, Farmers Only? Where did you get that?
Yeah, they're ready to plow.
Yeah. Yeah. I got a break here. Want to send a text for something? 35192 to get me there. I will have those Gojira and Mastodon tickets for you. A little closer to 5:30. They have set that co-headlining run this summer that'll get them to stop here in Cleveland in August. They'll play Nautica, if you want to get to that. And then another trip to Vegas for our iHeartRadio Music Festival. That keyword on the way this afternoon around 5:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Weekdays on 100.7
There's a model who is
WMMS
37
and
years old, went
24/7 on our
viral for
free
walking the runway
iHeartRadio app.
while she's 8 months pregnant.
That's powerful.
She's the same model that went viral in 2018 for breastfeeding on the runway.
Next year, maybe she could walk the runway while actually getting impregnated.
Get a gyno exam going down the runway. Put your legs in stirrups.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Universal Windows Direct.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Well, she broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears. I tell you, I hadn't heard this much in darn near 20 years. It felt just like a mule that kicked me right between my ears. When she broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears.
This song is making the people I live with very unhappy because I've developed a problem in that I can't stop singing it.
Oh, yeah.
When I'm at home. And I've made it such an unwelcome earworm to my wife and child that I've been asked on a number of occasions to please stop. But I find myself doing it just kind of out of nowhere because it's a fun song to sing. It's got a little bit of twang in it. I'm not really a singer, but it's right in that mid-range where you can kind of nail it. But it did get to the point where I would just break into like a couple of syllables of it, and my daughter would give me the skunk eye. Or on the trip home to see my family, every time we'd pass a Walgreens, because, you know, Chicago's the HQ, so there's every 5 feet there's a Walgreens. I go, oh, hey, look at that. So you just told me I couldn't sing it. But I love singing, and I'll just start doing it and not really notice it. But it's made the people that I live with very unhappy. I'll be walking around, and I'll just look at my daughter and go, well, she broke. And then she'll get upset and run out of the room.
No, don't do that.
Don't do that. I did notice, though, and I assume, well, I don't know if they're rolling this out everywhere. It's because of areas where there is a lot of retail crime that stores are finding new ways to deal with it. You can only go so long just letting people run out of your store with arms full of stuff into a waiting car that speeds away. But Walgreens is starting to just roll out kiosk stores. There was one right downtown that I passed. I didn't go in, but I saw that they had some signs up to keep people from shoplifting. Basically, you're not doing the shopping anymore. The people working there are doing the shopping for you. So there are only a couple of aisles now at some of these stores, and they're just kind of the essentials. There might be some cosmetics. There might be some snacks there. You know, the pharmacy is still in the back. What they're doing is they have these kiosks. You know when you go to Chipotle or McDonald's and you just go to the kiosk and tap what you want?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. That's what they're going to be doing at some of these Walgreens.
That's going to be every store before long.
Yeah, they go.
Because there's been so much shoplifting in places like Walmart, too.
And that, you know, and they spin it like, oh, this is to benefit customers. It's a digital first store, and it's to benefit. No, it's because they don't want people running out with arms full of stuff. The new stores that they're rolling out only have 2 aisles and then a couple of kiosks. And the back is basically just like a mini Amazon fulfillment area. And so you tap in what you want, and then somebody who works there goes and gets it for you and brings it up.
You have to tip them?
I bet.
They put the little screen that says like 15% or whatever.
So, Saturday morning after Mass, we went through Starbucks for Gwen. And the girl, you know, now they hand you the thing to put your card in.
Mm-hmm.
They don't, a lot of these places, they don't take your card. They hand you the card reader. And the girl goes, all right, it's going to ask you a quick question. And the question is, how much do you want to tip? Question isn't, how was the service today? 5 smiley faces or 5 stars? It's going to ask you a quick question. And then they turn their head because it's embarrassing. A lot of restaurants do this too. Now that the servers will have the iPads, they don't take, you know, a lot of places they'll drop off the bill in the little leather folder, and then you put your card in it, and then they walk it back and ring it up at the POS. But more and more places now, if they have the ability to do it, they just have the mobile POS. And so they hand you the iPad, and your card goes right in it. So it's at the table. But while you're perusing how much to tip, They're kind of standing there pretending that they're looking at something else because it's not embarrassing, but it's weird.
Yeah.
It's a little awkward.
It's a little awkward if you're in the service industry right now because you want to get a really good tip, but you don't want to ask the person directly for it. Your service used to, we talked about this before, guilt tipping, the rise of guilt tipping. Trouble is, the people who were awful tippers before are going to double down on that because now that they're mad, it's happening at the table.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just going to work against these people. Walgreens, though, has just got these kiosks that are starting in Chicago, and they say they're going to roll them out everywhere. They say that, but it really is going to have to depend on how much people love or hate this. And what if you have to return something?
Go up to the kiosk.
Hey, this preparation G. This isn't what I put on the kiosk.
So this is totally different. No big displays or checkout counters, and the pharmacy is down the hall. You can place an order in the Walgreens app before you come in, or just roll up to the kiosk and find what you want. Then the Walgreens team shops for you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sure that's a perfectly organic post on TikTok. That wasn't sponsored at all. Great acting there. But
I don't hate this, though.
I don't care either.
Like, yeah.
Beep, boop, bop, boop,
they go
beep.
get everything for me. All I got to do is walk in and pick it up. It's going to cut down on my the impulsive purchases.
Yeah, but they make a lot of money on that.
Yeah,
so
well.
you bring up an interesting point. When you walk in,
Your perusal.
yes, a lot of
Especially
these places
they have
benefit from people who walk in and they go, like, what's the joke? You walk into Target going for one thing and you come out and you spend $150.
Or at Walgreens, they have those end caps with like gift ideas or some like just random crap, and you're like, oh, maybe I do need a foot bath.
Yeah.
Oh, a big foam cowboy hat. I haven't had one of those in a while.
A $15 VCR
Yeah, right.
from Kobe.
Right.
Yes, I would like that.
Sorny.
Sorny. Don't you love how cheap legacy media is now? Like that, like you can get, if you're somebody still watching VHS tapes, you can get a goddamn VHS player for $20 on an end cap at Walgreens. Even CD players are getting to be. I was having a conversation with somebody over the weekend, I think maybe my sister-in-law, about how her car doesn't have a CD player in it. And it's not a brand new car. There's still new cars rolling out that have CD players. I have a 2015, which is not brand new, but it's not crazy old. It's got a CD player in it. But CD players are becoming, there's a big brouhaha now about new cars coming off with no AM radio. And a lot of automakers have kind of reversed their position on that, where they're like, yeah, okay, we'll keep AM in there because it is, maybe content-wise it's not relevant to a lot of people, but it really is relevant insofar as that's how people get emergency messages and things like that. So AM radio is still valuable in a lot of ways that constitute a public service of the airwaves. You might not like the content that's on it, but if some, shrimp goes down, AM radio is still valuable to a lot of people. But CD players are not in a lot of cars, and they're kind of going away. You won't even find a CD player in this building, I don't think. I mean, iHeart Cleveland. Try finding a CD player. Maybe somebody's got one that they've specifically put in a production capacity, but there isn't one in here. If I wanted to play a CD player, I'd be out of luck.
I didn't have one in my laptop to play.
No, you had to get the external drive.
Yeah.
If you wanted to watch it.
And then I need a special cable to connect that because I don't have the full-size USBs on it. So it's a whole ordeal.
On this note, I do have 250 signed and numbered CDs ready for sale.
Mary Santora. At the forefront of technology.
I'll pick them up when they're on a Walgreens end cap.
You guys go ahead and order those online at Bandcamp, and we'll get. I feel like a lot of people still have a lot of CDs. Like this is circumstantial evidence that you guys are giving right now. Doesn't apply to everybody just because you don't have a CD player anymore. Doesn't mean
you're right.
Everybody doesn't have.
My
them.
sister is a librarian, and They get a lot of people going to the library and getting CDs and DVDs and all that old physical media.
No, listen, a lot of people still watch DVDs at home, and but a lot of people are rocking flip phones too.
Mm-hmm.
But again, when they built us a quote-unquote state-of-the-art broadcast facility, they did not include compact disc players because they're like, we don't need them now. So that's why my binders full of music CDs are sitting at home. I'm not hauling them in here every day anymore. How are your, have you got them all signed? How are they moving?
I did it this weekend. I got them all signed and numbered. My latest album, Nothing Matters. There's only 250, super limited edition. They're moving okay, not great.
I thought you just said you did all 250.
I signed and numbered all 250.
Oh.
There's a difference.
I thought you, so you're doing that in preparation.
Yes,
I thought you would do it when somebody ordered one.
I'm not doing them one at a time. I signed and numbered all of them, and then I'm sending out those to the person who distributes them.
Did your wrist hurt?
Dude, yes. It took. I killed 2 Sharpies. 2 markers died in the course of signing and numbering 250 CDs.
Did you use black or the silvery one?
Silver.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I was like shocked. It took me like 4 hours, dude. It took forever. But yeah, those are available. You guys check them out. You can grab yourself one. You can request a specific number if it hasn't been taken already. Yeah.
It really takes that long to sign that many CDs?
You
4
would
hours?
not think. Well, you got to open them. Each individual CD is also shrink wrapped. So
that's where the time is. Yeah.
That took at least 2 hours. Because then my hands start to hurt and you're messing with it, but you can't pull too hard because it's like flimsy cardboard so that you'll dent or break the cardboard.
Brian didn't help.
Yeah. No, I was on the road.
Were you very particular trying to make your signature look?
Oh, you were doing these in
time?
Michigan.
Yeah, because I was like, I have all day to do nothing. I might as well bring them with me and knock this out, while I've got a hotel room and nothing to do. Because I just got them like last week.
It would be my luck that I would do something like that, and I'm like, all right, it looks perfect. And then I make one little squiggle I'm not supposed to. Like I misspell my own stupid name, or I make a line, or like, you make a little dot, like, damn it, now you got to like rub it off and then it ends up smearing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no.
Cody Bronwyn, who the hell is that?
No, I'm
Number
sorry.
270 out of 250? What is this?
Extra swiggle. It's a squiggle. Sorry.
Alan, please ask Mary if number 71 is available.
I do not know. So when you go to the Bandcamp, the link's in my bio on socials, there's like a little notes section that you can specifically request a number. And I know a lot of people are doing that. So I don't know that 71 has been claimed or not.
Alan, our 2023 Subaru has a CD player. Well, yeah. I mean, you want to still listen to your Indigo Girls and PJ Harvey. 2019 Ford with the CD player. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to figure it out. Is 69 taken? People want to know.
I feel like that's the first one that was probably gone. 69, if there were a
They have to go and find out?
You should just sign them all 69.
Yeah.
Every single one is
Yes.
69 out of 250.
Yes. Sign them all number 1.
Yeah.
So everybody thinks they got the very first one.
That's mean.
Why? It's great. They
it's
all think they have.
rude.
How is that rude? They're never going to know.
What if they do? What
How?
if 2 friends
compare,
order them? Yeah. And they both
2
get the
friends
same
are going to
number.
compare their Mary Santora CDs.
If they met
That's a
at
hell
one
of a
of my
bachelorette
shows,
party. Huh?
They met at one of my shows, and now they're best friends, and they both ordered, and they're having their annual Santora party. And
You go, oh, what? Oh, no, that's supposed to be
what
11.
a glitch. I'm so sorry.
And then they come to one of your shows. You put a 1 after one of the ones. So now one has 1 and one has 11.
But someone else already has 11.
Right, but those 2 people are never going to meet.
No, they'll find
You
each
just
other.
you handle the solution that's in front of you at the time. Those 2, you might sell me on 2 people comparing CDs. You're never going to sell me on 3 people comparing CDs.
Well, no, it's not 3 anymore. Now it's 2. Now it went from number 1 and number 1 to number 11 and number 11. That's still only 2 people.
Yeah, true. No, but all 3 of them would be in. They would be in on, not in on it, but they would all know.
No, the first person who has actual number 1 doesn't need to know about the person who has number 11.
No, but they're friends, and so she would tell her.
No,
You're never
going to
believe this.
Number 1 are friends.
Huh?
the original 2 number 1s are friends.
Yes.
Right? They are like,
you make one of
up.
You make one of those and 11.
And then a random third person who is number 11 is not friends with all of them.
No, but finds out the other 11, and the other 11 tells number 1 because they're friends.
Right.
So all 3 of them know.
So what I'm saying is go to bandcamp.com /Mary Santora.
She's like, get me out of this.
Sell all of them. We
Right.
don't have to worry about this.
How many have you sold?
Are
you comfortable saying?
I think I've sold about 100. So there's still
Good. That's
150.
almost that's 79%, Bill. Is my math right?
You're doing
That's
great. That's
79%.
Yeah. But I didn't.
Well, that's great.
Yeah. Still 150.
All right. Well, yeah, good.
Come and grab them.
Grab them. Will you set up a kiosk at Mary Santora shows for retail purposes?
Yes.
I mean, after every show, that's kind of what we do.
That's what we do. Merch kiosk.
Beep, bop, boop.
Let me go pick that up for you, your items.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
You don't even turn around because it's directly in front of you.
All right. So Bandcamp.
Yes.
To where they can do that.
Yes.
All right.
It's a place to grab them.
And just type in Mary Santora.
Yes.
Like if I were to go
right
to
up.
Bandcamp right now.
Bandcamp.com. I
And I type in Mary Santora because they give a little search bar even within Google. Nothing matters. There it is.
Uh-huh.
And then you can buy
There's lots of
CD
options.
or the digital album.
There's the digital album. There's the CD. There's the signed and numbered CD. Which is the one we're talking about. Those are the limited edition ones.
Gotcha. So they can buy it not signed or numbered.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, it's all there.
But that's who.
Can they
wants
still
that?
buy Hillbilly Bougie?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a lot of those.
Okay.
I don't know if you know this about me.
Oh,
but
look, you can buy Bam Bam if you like Mary Santora, you may also like
Bill
Bam
Squire.
Bam by Bill Squire.
No physical copies.
Because he's smart.
What were you saying?
That I don't know if you know this about me, but I like a deal. Big fan of a deal. And when you order 5,000 CDs, they're cheaper. So you absolutely can still buy Hillbilly Bougie.
Oh, I see.
5,000?
I had big hopes, you guys. I thought this was.
I love you, and I want you to be as successful as possible. But why did you ever think you were going to sell 5,000 CDs?
Well, because I was like, if I buy them all in bulk, then this is my merch for the next few years. I never have to reorder merch. I get to save a bunch of money on it.
But you're going to put out another
I did not
album.
Think about that. That part did not.
You
cross
didn't
my-
think you'd ever put out another album?
I knew that I would put out another album, but at
Just
the
thought it was
time,
5,000. She'd sell 5,000 CDs in the meantime.
I thought that yes, by the time I have a whole nother hour perfected, ready, recorded, and
You did
I
not.
swear, I didn't. When I ordered 5,000 CDs of Hillbilly Bougie, I was not even thinking about anything in the future.
No,
I was
but
thinking
you-
about the amount of money I was saving by ordering 5,000 instead of 2,000.
But
oh boy,
you have to sell
Boxes
them all.
and boxes.
I was going to say,
and
but
boxes.
so where are they?
They're in storage. When I moved in with Brian, it was like a stack of them in the storage in the U-Haul. And he
Looks
was
like one of
"What's-"
Trump's bathrooms.
Yeah, he goes, "What's all that?" Yeah, seriously though, he goes, "What's all that?" I was like, "My merch." I was just saying.
Wow.
So I go in when I need a new box of 250 to take on the road with me, go all the way up to the storage unit,
250 increments. Okay.
go grab them and bring them back with me.
I mean, you're right. You are set for merch.
I am.
For the wow.
Yeah,
For the foreseeable
for as long as people will still buy CDs from me.
Well, your intentions were good, right? You
Yeah.
wanted a deal.
I tried.
Yeah.
I
All
tried.
right. No. Okay. I got to take a break. Hey, Gojira and Mastodon are going out. Love these guys. Both of them dynamite. They're going out and they're doing a co-headlining run. So I assume maybe they're flip-flopping every night. Who knows? But they're going to come to Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica. Lorna Shore is opening up this run. It's going to be Thursday, August 10th out at Nautica. So I'll have a pair of tickets for you coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival is coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights, 1 stage.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
An incredible lineup
Foo Fighters,
Fall Out Boy,
Kelly Clarkson,
Kane Brown,
Lil Wayne,
Lenny Kravitz,
Miguel,
Public Enemy,
Sheryl Crow,
Tim McGraw,
TLC,
30 Seconds to Mars,
and more.
Never seen before collaborations.
And once-in-a-lifetime moments you'll have to see to believe. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Keep listening to win your way there before you can even buy tickets.
Our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
September 22nd and 23rd at T-Mobile Arena.
Tickets go on sale Friday, June 16th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific. But starting Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders can score tickets and other awesome experiences before anyone else for 48 hours only or while pre-sale tickets last.
Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details.
What's in your wallet?
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, partly cloudy down to the upper 40s. On Tuesday, showers and thunderstorms, a high of 65. Wednesday, partly sunny, maybe some showers. Wednesday's high, lower 70s.
This report is sponsored by Batteries Plus Bulbs.
At Batteries Plus, we do more than fix phones and tablets. We help our neighbors power their lives. Visit Batteries Plus for a free
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
All right, you want to go see Gojira and Mastodon. They are on a co-headlining tour this summer with special guest Lorna Shore. Gojira from southwestern France. Mastodon from Atlanta, GA. And Lorna Shore, I think they're from Jersey. It happens Thursday, August 10th. Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica. Get your tickets, your info, everything else at axs.com. Except for these tickets. I'll give them to caller 10. Good luck. This pair for you. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
7 out of 10 listeners agree. On what? We have no idea. This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Another fun-filled episode of 2 Hours to Midnight this past Saturday night. It did get started a little late, but it all got going. We got new metal for you on Saturday nights. We got classic songs from back in the day. We got local bands who want to play for you. I talked to Geezer Butler this past Saturday night from Black Sabbath.
I caught a little bit of it. It was pretty good.
What did you think? What did you hear? Did you know what you were listening to?
No idea.
Yeah. That's what it's for, baby. That's right. Because people leave comments will be like, it's awesome, but you guys should play this every day. I'm like, we would have 0 ratings. Metal is for us metal fans. It is not a regular format. It is a niche format. But I'm so excited to do it. Now, there will be no show this Saturday night because the Guardians are on the West Coast. That's a 10-10 game against Anaheim or somebody. But this Saturday night, I'm sorry, they're in Phoenix playing the Diamondbacks. But that is a 10-10 first pitch.
And the D-bags.
So, no 2 hours to midnight this Saturday night. But we will return June the 24th, so the following Saturday. And anything you want to submit, whether it is your band or just something you want to hear, a suggestion, a criticism, an accolade, an attaboy, whatever it is.
Would you play Squire Masonry on there?
Absolutely.
Pirate jargon.
Absolutely. 2htm@WMMS.com. Although they have gotten a lot of coverage on this program, which has exponentially more listeners than 2 hours to midnight. So anyway, our little corner of real estate here on the Buzzard for nothing but metal. And since it's only a live show, because my brother was like, I'm trying to listen to it, and I go, we don't podcast, you got to listen live. I post the playlists for you at the 2 hours to midnight Facebook page and at WMMS.com. So even if you can't listen live, you can recreate the show in your own image and likeness. I'll have a trip to Vegas for you here in a few minutes. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, which some years, pretty much every year, is overwhelmingly pop-heavy. But this year, some really good rock and roll on this lineup. So it's Foo Fighters and Fall Out Boy and Lenny Kravitz and Public Enemy, who are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, 30 Seconds to Mars, and more. There's pop and there's country, and they really cut a broad swath. So you and a pal to Vegas, flights, passes, the whole bit. So I'll get you a couple of tickets here in a minute. I was going through and I've told these stories before, by the way, thank you to Unky Pfeiffer, who's helping out on the live stream today at AlanCoxShow.com. If you're watching the show live, tip of the cap to Unky Pfeiffer. I'm going to leave him or her out. I get, because, I'm a 30-year radio veteran, for better or worse, I subscribe to all of the trade magazine emails. I used to get these hard copy trade magazines, and every business has them. Things like Inside Radio or On Air or whatever. And there's always interesting stories around the horn. And one of them is the first case of a broadcaster suing OpenAI, which makes ChatGPT. That's their program. This guy, Mark Walters, who hosts a syndicated show. I bet you can't guess what it's about. It's called Armed American Radio. He's suing OpenAI after a ChatGPT program accused him of embezzling funds from a foundation. You know, if you've read enough about AI, it's just taking and compiling information that's already on the internet. So it gets a lot of things wrong. And there are people who, you'll read about people who are already overestimating its abilities. So you'll see lawyers get pinched because they just had ChatGPT, you know, write their summation for litigation or something, and these lawyers get fired because ChatGPT comes up with stuff that doesn't exist. There was a story a couple weeks ago about a lawyer that did this, and he lost his gig with this firm because ChatGPT was citing court cases as precedent that didn't exist. And they call this a hallucination, which is a really, boy, when the robots come and kill all of us, that's going to be a nice little ribbon to put on it. Oh, it had a hallucination.
What's taking so long?
Please just put us
Robots
out.
are coming to kill you and you're relieved that you don't have to go work tomorrow? What did they do to us?
They call this an AI hallucination when the technology just generates false information that's not backed by data, right? So this guy goes, not only am I not named in the lawsuit that this ChatGPT was referring to, I've never worked for the foundation, and I had nothing to do with embezzling money. And so he's suing for defamation. So this is the first ever...
The company, not the robot.
The company, OpenAI, yeah. It's the first ever defamation lawsuit brought against this company. And he's like, hey, man, I had nothing to do with this. It is a guy who's being sued by some Second Amendment foundation or something. But they're suing the company because they're like, everything it wrote about our client, this radio host, is incorrect. And I don't know how much money he's asking for, but you would think a company like that would have some deep pockets. But there is a Streisand effect here, too. I mean, it's not like, and again, I don't know if this is something that gets redistributed on the internet, or I don't know. I don't know if this is something that would continue to defame you in perpetuity, or if it's just confined to this ChatGPT thing. I don't know. I have yet to use ChatGPT.
Me too. I'm afraid of it.
I'm not afraid of it. I just can't think of an application in which I would need it other than dicking around with it. And I'm not going to, because a lot of times you go to these pages and they'll go, there's so many people on it that we can't, I'm not going to wait around. What do? We did one thing with ChatGPT.
Well, I had to write jokes in our
Poundcake's
tone, and then it like wrote a story, like an essay as Poundcake or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, but I've never gone on to it and said, write me a,
Yeah,
so this guy is suing OpenAI for ChatGPT defaming him, he says. Armed American Radio. He is the host, Mark Walters, and that airs Sundays from 8 to 11 p.m. as a syndicated show. It's been on the air since 2009. And this guy's had enough.
People have had arms for a long time.
They have. Hey, let me give this trip.
Anecdotal evidence.
No way to prove it. Let me give you this trip to Las Vegas. It's the iHeartRadio Music Festival with Foo Fighters and Fall Out Boy and Lenny Kravitz and 30 Seconds to Mars and Buddy More. And tickets and the whole shebang for you and a pal, so good luck.
Now, your chance at a trip to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword WIN to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's WIN to 200-200.
You see Seinfeld and Gaffigan going out?
Yeah.
That looks like fun.
Doing some arenas.
Arenas.
Yeah.
Only 4 cities, but...
I'm surprised they're doing it together and not just solo ones, because both of them I feel like could do that.
I think that's why they're doing it. Well, I was thinking about this. So they're doing, I want to go to the Chicago one. They're doing San Francisco, LA, Chicago, and St. Louis.
Mm-hmm.
2 dates in November. I'm sorry, all 4 of them are 2 weekends in November. So they'll be done after, 10, 11 days. I was wondering about this. Do you think Jerry Seinfeld can fill an arena?
Yes, absolutely.
An arena?
He is a top name in comedy.
But he's also of a different generation than guys like Segura and Kreischer, the podcast dudes who use that as like their comics, sure, and well established, but the podcasts are really what blew them up into doing like 2 nights at Madison Square Garden and things like that.
But Jerry Seinfeld is famous at a different level than them, and if he wanted to, I think he could absolutely. I mean,
okay, I'm not saying he can't. I was thinking about
put him
like,
on the
could
same
Seinfeld
level as Adam Sandler, and Adam Sandler just did Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse.
Did he sell it out?
Yeah.
Sandler sold out Romo Fijo?
Yeah. Like a lot, yeah.
But also he's a
and
movie...
they can also seat it to a certain like different capacities. It'd be like, okay, we're gonna do a 10,000 seater, or we're gonna seat it for 15,000, whatever they want.
Well, I don't mean that. I'm talking a true sellout. Did Adam Sandler sell out the Romo Fijo? 20,000 tickets.
Well, they don't seat it for 20,000.
Okay, well that's what I'm talking
about. But that's
about.
because they have to cut off half
They
part
can't
of it.
for
Yeah.
comedy. I mean, they
For
could,
comedy,
but then you're in the round.
It's probably like 15,000 or 18,000.
But plenty of guys do in the round. Sebastian, he does like 5 nights at Madison Square Garden. Well, this is what I'm saying. You can sell out any venue if you only sell 5,000 tickets.
Right, but I'm saying you can. But I mean, Seinfeld could sell 15,000 tickets.
Okay.
20,000 tickets. No
I
problem.
love Jerry Seinfeld. I was just thinking about it, and I was like, wow, because usually when Seinfeld comes, he does Playhouse Square.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have any problem selling that out, but that's 13. He'll play the biggest theater, 1,300 tickets or whatever.
That's like 3,000.
3,000.
Oh, is it?
3,500.
Okay, even better. 3,000, do 2 shows,
And it
that's
sells-
6,000 people.
Yeah, and it sells out in minutes.
Right.
So he could
Okay.
do bigger venues. I think he's just more of a purist and likes doing theaters rather than arenas, and now
Right.
he's making that move finally.
Yeah, I think it's really
and same
cool.
with Gaffigan. Gaffigan did 10,000 at what's it called? The Wolstein Center a few years ago.
Did he?
Yeah, he did a huge show there.
Well, that's why I wonder if the 2 of them are going to do in the round. Like, they're not going to pare down the seating.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing the United. I mean, these are big venues.
Yeah.
United Center, Kia Forum, Chase Center in San Francisco, and the Enterprise Center in St. Louis. No details as to whether or not they will trade slots or what will happen there.
They're going to go at the same time.
Yeah.
They should opposite ends of the
Jerry's going to tell a joke, and then Jim Gaffigan's just going to do his little voice and be like, "That was a good joke by Jerry.
This guy's fat.
This guy made so much money from that TV show.
Did he spend it all on candy?" Jerry Seinfeld will star, direct. He will star in the Pop-Tart movie that's coming out, which he directed, co-wrote, and produced. He said he would never do another movie, by the way, after B movie. But he's doing Unfrosted, the Pop-Tart story. Jim Gaffigan has arms full of Grammys. He was the first comedian to reach 1 billion streams on Pandora. And he will really... See, but Gaffigan's been, like, he's doing, like, dramatic movies, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's real good in them.
He's great.
I mean, he always was
He's
an
a
actor.
good actor,
but
yeah.
All 4 shows go on sale this Friday morning, 10 a.m. local at Ticketmaster. So there you go. Hey, John.
Hey.
What
so I absolutely think that Jerry Seinfeld can fill those arenas.
Oh, good for you.
Oh, God, Alan, thank you so much. I always wanted that. Oh, good for you. That's my favorite soundbite that you guys
for you.
Oh, man, a double shot.
All right.
Awesome.
Yeah.
No, I saw Seinfeld, and he's such a pro. And, you know, and the TV show, just all of his work, he'll he'll fill that. He'll sell out in a heartbeat.
Okay. No, I
problem.
think he's awesome. I am on record as being a stan for Seinfeld. But I was just thinking about it. And I was well, is it a different time now? Like, is it a different? It's definitely a different audience. I mean, there's a lot of younger comedy fans who think Seinfeld's corny.
I get it.
Yeah.
But so when the last time I saw Jerry Seinfeld was pre-pandemic at the State Theater here in Cleveland, and I was amazed at the demographic diversity.
Okay.
Old, young, unbelievable. My wife and I, we both commented on it. It was amazing. Was amazing.
What show were you at? Because I think you did two. I think I was at the early one.
Who was the opening guy? Tom Papa? Did I get that right?
No, it wasn't Tom Papa. Not
Hamilton.
for that one. No, for this one it
Mark
was.
Schiff?
Yeah, I think it was Mark.
That's when I saw him last. It was Mark Schiff.
Man, Seinfeld was such a pro. It was like he had all of his lines down. There was never like any awkward. Like all of his timing was like with a metronome. He's just solid. I mean,
he's a scientist, man.
He also writes an hour every 10 years. So
that's what I was like. But it's not that impressive.
All right. Talk to you later.
All right. Thank
Thanks,
you,
man.
John. Yeah.
If that.
Well, yeah, he doesn't need to. I mean.
Well, it's because he doesn't put them out. Like he
Right.
doesn't. A lot of comics will put out an hour every 2 or 3 years, and he's a guy that's I like to
do it live.
Do it live and keep that material and just so it gets that tight over time. That would drive me nuts though. Doing the same material for that
No, it
long.
wouldn't. I don't think that it would if you were drawing like he's drawing, because every place you go is a new audience.
And if you know every single beat works.
Well, and not even that, because you could get bored, but I think
it
that
would get boring.
I don't think that it would, because there is zero pressure. You have no pressure to put out a clip, to do crowd work, there is zero pressure for any type of a social media presence.
Yeah,
you are who you are, and you can get down to the nitty gritty.
But also, he's not writing it.
But he's also not doing a decade. He's not doing new material every decade. Like he's always punching it up
That's
and doing
what I mean.
right.
When you look at it as a science and you
Yeah.
sit down and you're meticulously going over every single
Well, he
word.
can be a scientist. I'm gonna be an artist.
Right.
And we'll see who fills these arenas first, Jerry Seinfeld.
Have you heard the AI comedy album?
No.
So this is on Instagram. Somebody did an AI comedy album called, oh God, where's my information here? It's called, the guy's made up. It's all made up. Kevin Walker, Red, White, and Canceled.
Oh my God.
That's so accurate.
I'm about to unleash some brutal honesty, and I don't give a damn if it offends you. I can't believe I'm standing in front of a bunch of people who don't even know what a VHS tape is. You can't say anything without some snowflake getting their panties in a twist. You're all addicted to your damn smartphones. Back in my day, we had to actually talk to people face to face. Imagine that. And don't even get me started on fashion. That's worn sideways.
But again, there's no jokes, but it just goes and goes and goes.
Just goes to show you what
Red, White, and
people
Canceled.
like. Yeah. Or what is
Cancel me all you want, but I'll still be here laughing at your pathetic attempts to silence me. And if you can't handle it, tough luck.
Red, White, and Canceled. AI comedy.
That's amazing. Yeah.
It sounds like Leary in 92. Isn't that just No Cure for Cancer? Remember No Cure for Cancer?
Isn't that just Bill Hicks?
Kinda, yeah. But Leary put more polish on it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there's going to be a lot of Kevin Walker fans in about 6 months. I got a break here. If you want to send a text for something, 35192. Listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
With a gleam in his eye, a grin.
98 Pella or visit PellaCleveland.com.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of The Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com to watch. And you can listen wherever on iHeartRadio. And the app there, if you do that from out of state, tell me where you do it. I'd like to know where our bureau chiefs are. Mary had some of her Lansing bureau chiefs come out to the show in Grand Rapids.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you. Keith and Teresa listen in Key West. Rob is in Marshall, Michigan. Pam and Sharon listen in Grayson, Kentucky. Dennis is in Wartburg, Tennessee. Scott's down in Sarasota, Florida. And on and on and on. And anybody who needs stickers, just got a new batch of Alan Cox Show stickers. You can always hit me up for those. Just shoot me an email at alancoxshow.com. Guardians take 2 of 3 this past weekend. They're still under 500, but plenty of reasons to enjoy watching the Guardians play. 5-0 was the final against Houston yesterday. Tomorrow night, you can take tonight off. Tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday, they'll be in San Diego to play the Padres. So those are late games. 9:40 tomorrow night is your first pitch. 9:10 is when pregame coverage will begin here on The Buzzard. Friday on this show, I will be giving away that pair of tickets for Taylor Swift the next night in Pittsburgh. Dads, if you want to win for your daughter or your wife or whatever.
Is that show sold out?
Probably.
Of course it is.
Oh, I don't know. I mean,
she destroyed Ticketmaster because everybody was
true.
trying.
There you go. A sold-out show with Taylor Swift at Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh on Saturday night. You dads will have to come in your best Taylor Swift getup here at our window on Friday afternoon. I'd like you to email me first, though, so I have a good idea of what's going to be happening. Although I have a feeling this is going to get away from me very quickly. So that's why I'm not, usually I grip the wheel very tightly on things like this. This one, I have a vague idea of where we're going with it, and we'll just see what happens. But you dads, because Sunday is Father's Day, and you could end up winning Father of the Year with us, and the dads were the ones that were hitting me up.
And what's
so I think they had
email?
Father's Day. It's Alan at AlanCoxShow.com.
And how do you spell Alan?
ALON at ALIN.
Don't do that.
COCK. What?
You're just going to ruin everything.
Go to Alan Cox. Google me. Whatever. And if you're a regular listener to this show, you know how to spell my name. If you're not a regular listener to the show, I don't want you to win these tickets. What am I trying to help you for?
But we still want them to show up.
You Johnny come lately.
We want a big show. Big show up.
Well, yeah.
There's been people that have I've seen write your name, like spell the show name right, but then spell your name wrong.
It's wild.
They'll be like the Alan Cox Show, ALAN, and they'll be like, but Alan, ALLEN, is an idiot. I'm like, how do you do that?
Maybe they're talking about somebody else.
I don't know.
Maybe they're talking about Woody Allen. He's still alive.
Yes, they're probably talking about Woody Allen. Good point. Good point.
Alan. You don't think so? Yeah. Alan, how much does Mary charge to suck on her toes?
You don't get to do that. You want to?
Brian doesn't even get to do that.
$500,000.
He has to pay her $50 a piggy.
$500,000 you can suck on my toes.
I'll do it for $250.
There you go. $500,000 Bill will suck on my toes for $250.
That's why they call him $500,000 Bill.
Wait,
so somebody,
I want them to suck my toes.
Oh, you want them to suck your toes?
For $250,000. I'm not sucking your toes.
You're gonna pay me $250,000 to suck my toes?
No.
Come on, Bill. We're friends.
Do that.
Bill, how much can?
Because every time I see your toes, and be like, those are I hate them.
How much can a listener offer you to suck your toes? Somebody that's got a real foot thing going on.
A male hairy giant foot fetish.
I mean,
Well, don't kink shame.
We'll go with I don't know, $60.
$60?
You have to meet a stranger.
That's a little over $10 a pig.
We're gonna do it here in the studio.
Yeah, bring them to your workplace. That's
Yeah.
probably better.
Mm-hmm. I make a little money. We get some content.
Yeah, $500,000.
But that's what I'm saying here on the show.
Yeah.
If a listener goes, hey, I'll pay Bill to suck his toes.
Yeah. Well, yeah. $60. There it is.
Wow. You're a cheap date.
Well, when it comes to, I'm doing it for the show, though. It's on the show. We might actually get somebody to do it. If I say something wild, like, $10,000 or something like that, we're not going to get anybody to do it. But somebody might pay $60 and come suck on my toe on the show. And what an episode.
Have you ever had your toes sucked on?
Yeah.
Yes.
Seriously?
Yeah.
People are doing that to men?
Yeah,
nice.
I've gone out with disgusting women.
But I also
I love them all.
every single one of them is an angel, and anybody who says otherwise is a scoundrel and a cad.
Wow.
I have beautiful feet for a man. So it's not a lot of, you really don't have to convince somebody to deep throat these piggies.
Every time we talk about sucking toes, it just reminds me of Poundcake saying put them in his mouth like a tape deck.
Right.
We were on the topic of VHSs earlier. Might as well make some use of them.
Yeah.
What about you, Alan? How much money?
To suck on my toes?
For a listener to come suck your toes.
Oh, I don't know. And Bill's right. I mean, it's probably, I don't know.
For whatever.
I can do it for free.
For whatever reason, whenever a guy has sucked my toes, it's always been like during...
A guy sucked your toes? Oh, God.
That's so
Who
gay.
do you think is going to show up and pay
God.
to suck your guys' toes?
Oh,
you think
hot women,
a hot female
hot
is going to
girls,
show
Mary.
up? No, absolutely not.
Hot
It's going to be
women.
stripper Scott-esque men showing up to suck on your feet. That's exactly
But
what's
he'll
gonna
be
happen.
dressed as Taylor Swift.
That's all that matters.
Just put a little foot in the Venmo. Little foot emoji. Send it on over. We'll get this going.
No, it's only going to be men.
Is that gay?
What? Sucking on another
Like
guy's
if,
toe?
if you're a guy and you let another guy
A mouth's
suck
a
on your
mouth and toe's a toe.
I was going to say a toe is a toe. I think that's what Wendy Williams used to say back in the day. Instead of us saying a mouth is a mouth, she would say, "Oh, a toe is a toe. It's all the same. You can offer a toe if you want. That's not gay."
Now she's not saying much of anything.
Toe up from the flow.
I actually had a friend text me over the weekend and was like, hey, have you ever done like FJ videos? And I was like, no, like what? I don't do that kind of stuff. Like, no, you cannot pay because he is into feet and he pays for in-person visits with
Foot
girls.
jobs.
I didn't know if I was allowed to say it or not.
Yeah, foot and job are two words that are okay. Yeah.
Well, I can't say B. You know what I mean? Like before it.
That is
so,
a very specific. True.
you know.
So,
I didn't.
yes, you
one
can't.
word.
Yes, you can't. Correct.
He pays for. He calls them sessions. That's what he calls them. He calls them in-person sessions with girls.
Who dis?
Well, but the thing is that it can vary. Where he'll pay for like a foot massage, or he'll pay for. I don't want to say the word. I don't like the word. I don't like the word. He'll pay for a massage or a job or whatever it might be, or sucking, or so he pays for like a half-hour session.
He sucks
or an
their
hour.
toes.
He does it to them. So
Does he
he's
suck
the-
their toes and then like take care of himself while he's doing it?
He's a
it
reverse
depends.
prostitute.
It
Yeah.
depends. No, he's paying. He's making
He's
them
a
kind of
job.
like prostitutes or foot whores, literally.
Yeah.
But he was like,
foot whore Mary.
Foot whore.
he's like, have you ever done any like in-person stuff or videos? And I'm like, no. It would take so much money for me to meet one of these men in person. And that's why I'm like $500,000. I'm not joking about that. Like it would take. I would feel so unsafe. I'd have to have a bodyguard
I
there.
feel like your boyfriend would have to come with you. Like, all right, I'll sit in the car, babe. Do you? If you're
He's
not
too
out,
I
jealous.
would want someone in the room or in the next room or like standing outside the door.
Don't worry,
You
you're
know
on
what I
live
mean?
stream right now. Like,
Right.
You're on whatever cameras they have inside the houses now, the Zoom cameras,
Yeah.
Ring cameras.
Ring cameras. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess there's a whole ring of it. So you guys, if you're interested in some $60 toe sucking, there's people out there who do sessions. Bill and Alan, join the group.
Oh, I know.
Come do it on the show, though. So they have to be willing to show the world that they are foot suckers.
Just nasty.
On a global live stream.
A global live stream event.
Would YouTube censor that if we had someone on here sucking someone's toes?
I don't know.
Would they consider that?
Is it
like,
porn?
I mean, to some people, but I don't know. I don't want that in my browser history. I've never looked at toe sucking on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know if we can get that screen grab up there for like a.
That's what I'm saying. Because it's got to be, you got to have something to bring people in.
Alan, you're missing the big picture. 1,000 people suck Bill's toes. That's 60 grand. Yes, I know how that works.
Well,
Again, the
mine
likelihood of
starts to
that.
the left.
Yep. It's like Mary and her 5,000 CDs. If 1,000 people want to suck Bill's toes for
All right.
$60 a pop, yes, that would be $60,000.
See what happens first. I get my toes sucked 5,000 times, or Mary
Sells out of CDs. You might get 2 people to suck your toe as a joke. Like
Bandcamp versus Tonely fans, or whatever the foot fetish thing is.
Yeah. Feet Finder. Or santoratoes@gmail.com. Oh, by the way, I have a shoe update.
The same guy?
Yes.
Did he get you the shoes?
So this guy, for those of you who haven't been following the shoe saga,
Wait, hold on.
Oh.
Alan Cox Show! Exclusive news update!
So there was this guy who is newer. I have a couple regular dudes that have stuck around for a year. This guy's a newer guy, and he was like, hey, I want to pamper you. I want to send you shoes. And he sent me to Louis Vuitton, and he was like, pick out 3 pair of shoes and 3 bags to match. So I did, and I sent him like all the list. Hey, here's everything I want. It was like $17,000. And he was like, I didn't hear from him. And then he was like, oh, they sent them to my house on accident. Oh, I don't know. I'm going to have to reship them. So it never happened, right? Well, he pays for my pedicures. I sent him a picture last week, and he's like, you are always wearing the same sandals. I was like, yeah, I really only have 1 pair of sandals. And then he sent me a confirmation email from Nordstrom that was like, they're not Louis Vuitton. They're Tory Burch, which are still $150 sandals. And it was like, your Tory Burch sandals are now on the way. And he sent them, and supposedly they are waiting at my P.O. box. So I have to go check that. But one of the pairs he might have come through with, right? So he sends that confirmation email. I was like, oh my God, thank you so much. Can't wait. I'll send you pictures as soon as I get them, right?
But that's, I mean, it's not Louis Vuitton.
It's not Louis Vuitton. So they're still not cheap sandals, but they're
couple
not
$100.
they're not $1,700 sandals,
Correct.
right? So then he goes, we need to get you a white pair now because the pair they sent was black. So I sent him a couple pairs of white shoes that I liked, and he ordered 4 more pair of shoes. Sent me the confirmation email. Again, same thing where it was like, hey, here's your tracking number. Here's your shipping number. Everything's already paid for. And I was like, oh my God, this dude actually bought me 5 pair of shoes. Like, I have all the information. I have a delivery date. And then this morning, I got back-to-back emails that both of the orders were canceled. And so
this dude gets horned up. This guy gets horned up. Says he's gonna send you the stuff, and just the getting the email that said thank you. He's like, and then he cancels
it's gone through. I can see
right.
his
He
credit
orders
card.
it and then cancels it.
So then I sent him screenshots. I was like, hey, I woke up to this morning, not really sure what happened or why the shoe orders got canceled.
He's like, you didn't pay for anything, bitch.
Well, no, he was like, oh, I don't know why that's so weird. I reordered the 1 pair with express shipping, so you should get those this week. I'll work on the other 3 pair. I gotta call Dillard's or whatever. And I was like, okay, so
Dillard's.
Yeah, these ones were Michael Kors. Well, these ones were Michael Kors, so they're still a $200 pair of wedges. They're not Louis Vuittons, but yeah. So 1 pair has been delivered, and the other pair is supposed to be express shipped this week. But there was an order with 3 pair that got canceled. But he's saying it wasn't his fault, that he entered his information wrong and he has to reorder it. So
Well, listen, you're not out anything, right?
No, but this has been a whole saga.
Yes,
I have people.
it has been a saga.
I have people responding to my Instagram messages like, "Did you ever get your shoes? What happened?"
Yeah, asking me
with
too.
The shoes?
It's a flex.
Yeah. So the 1 pair should be there. I'm gonna go check it tomorrow, and we'll see.
What if he dials it back consistently where you end up with a pair of flip-flops from TJ Maxx?
Yeah, right. Or the $1 Old Navy flip flops. I don't even know if they still make those anymore.
Nordstrom rack. It's got a bunch of markdown tags on
Someone's dog chewed on them.
Yeah. My shoe update is this very handsome silver fox ordered me a pair of Jordans on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was me.
Oh, you ordered your
I
own shoes.
bought my own shoes.
Did it go through or did it came
Oh, it went through. They are shipped.
There you go.
They are shipped.
So we'll see. We'll see if it happens.
it. Alan, tell Mary that I will buy all of her CDs for one of her toes in Bill's mouth.
I'm fine with that.
Oh, you're spending that money with me. I don't want to suck your dirt toe.
Yeah, first of all, my feet are immaculate.
Yeah.
Second of all,
Dirt.
70-30. I'll give you 70-30 split.
Bet. Let's do it.
I'm dead serious.
Yeah, I'll do it for that.
All right, listener. Send me an email.
70-30 split.
Show.
Yep, there you
We'll
go.
make this happen.
How much would all your CDs
What if you
run?
like it?
I do like it. Not from you, but
Oh,
in general.
you're
Like
gonna
that's
like
the
it
thing I'm
from me.
into. Stop! Oh my God, I didn't think about that. If it like turns me on, oh no.
I'm going to change the subject now.
That would ruin it. That would ruin our friendship.
I got that 30%. I'm happy.
I don't know.
I
if
can
it's
look
worth
past
it.
it. I have the ability to just compartmentalize or whatever. I can do anything when it comes to having sex and then just acting like it never happened. I'm very good at that.
That's his superpower.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's creepy. Maybe.
I'm going to change the subject now.
Okay, go ahead. Change the
No,
subject.
no, it's listen.
Buy 5,000 CDs.
5,000 CDs. What are you selling for? 20 a piece?
I normally do 20.
All right. So there's no way to know what the math is on that.
Don't worry about it.
Nope. Alan Mel Gibson sounds a lot like Jenna. That is true.
Oh, wow.
Could she be? Is there any chance that she's one of his?
She's Mel Gibson?
Not that she's him, but maybe they're, we were talking about our family trees, our long lost relatives that we've never met. And could we be? And could they be? Wow. I don't know. Something to consider. I've got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text, 35192 to do that. No Guardians tonight. You're going to get the Corey Roddick experience right in your face right after 6:30 tonight. We'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it.